also kind of like dark web monitoring much more because they want to see whenever they have like their user data being leaked there. So that's something that we're working on right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to touch like the audit trace model because it's like a. Okay. Man, how's it going? Yeah. Hello, hello. Hey guys, I think we're ready. Hello, welcome everybody to this first panel of Multichain Day. We are here with these great speakers and on the first panel of the day that is called Multichain, the apps and consumer products. So we are going to start with quick introductions from all the attendants here and all the main speakers. So, yep, Blake, do you want to start?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Blake Richardson. I'm one of the co-founders of Superform. We're building. You good? How about this? Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm Blake Richardson, one of the co-founders of Superform. We're building a user-owned neobank. We allow you to earn yield, swap, and we have upcoming card products that will let you spend directly from your earning balance. We've been live now for about 3 years, and yeah, we're excited to be here.
Awesome. What's up, everyone? I'm Francesco. I'm leading developer relation at Consensus. That's the umbrella company of MetaMask, Infura, Linea. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm arriving directly from Boulder. We had a crazy like 2-3 days of ETH Boulder. And yeah, we decompressed and we are ready to speak about multi-chain and excited to have this panel today in this kind of like transition to ETHDenver.
Hey everyone, I'm Aljaž from Empire. Empire is an EVM wallet that prioritizes user security. We try to support all the latest Ethereum tech, minimize third-party dependencies, and also focus a lot on privacy. The main platform at the moment is a browser extension. You can import EOAs, EOAs upgraded with EIP 7702, or pure smart accounts. Our core goals at the moment are privacy. We are proudly fork for the Kohaku initiative, so we intend to upstream primitives as they emerge. And we also would like to fix the interop on the wallet level as soon as possible.
Hello, I'm Wesso. I'm the lead developer at Beefy. Beefy is a 35-plus chain yield optimizer. We've been around for about 6 years and partnered with almost everybody in the industry.
Awesome. Thank you so much to all of you. I'm Juan and will be your mod in this case. I'm partnerships and growth lead at Chain Patrol. And in Chain Patrol, we're building a brand solution for companies that have like threats and have like fake profiles and fake social media scams and phishing websites. And we are working towards protecting those users against all of the different problems. So yeah, guys, we're going to start with the first question of this panel. We have started the year in a pretty complex scenario where we have Bitcoin trading below 70K as we speak. We can say that we're in a bear market right now with a lot of like different geopolitical issues and conflicts happening since the start of the year. So the first question I want to ask you all is if this complex environment has changed how you're currently planning your technical product roadmap and your general growth strategy.
Sure. I would say this panel is probably one of the best positioned for this type of market condition. Everybody here are building, real businesses with real revenue, and so this is likely not a large derivation in kind of business activities for most of us. So for us at Superform, that just means acquiring more users, focusing on things like growing revenue and expanding to new markets. I imagine almost everybody here will say roughly the same. Brief personal anecdote, previously I was an investor and these markets come and go, so not really overly worried about short-term declines when you focus on what actually matters, which is the core fundamentals of your business.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody saw it. We keep shipping going more multi-chain. We advancing all our developer tooling and agent tooling because this economy is also will be built by not just humans but also agents. We have something called Smart Account Kits. Is enabling permissions and delegation for anybody, especially for agents. And I mean, on the consumer side, there is a lot of things, right? Embedding technology, successful technology from prediction market to other sub-products. And yeah, so we keep kind of like building for both sides.
Yeah, the market price-wise is definitely something that we'd like to see. But in terms of the direction and the goals at Empire, nothing has really changed. We're basically focused on making a great self-custodial wallet. We try to gather a lot of feedback from our core users, which are mainly DeFi power users. We try to do many user interviews, so one-on-one with users to understand what exactly are their needs and just iterate upgrade by upgrade. But the silver lining is that yes, prices are not okay, but adoption-wise and shipping-wise, I think that the industry is doing just okay and will definitely survive.
I mean, I kind of feel like DeFi has been in a bear market for like 3 years. So I think part of the problem was that the only real use case that came from DeFi was like token incentives. And so we had a few good applications like, like on-chain lending and decentralized exchanges. But we really haven't seen it kind of take off. And I think it's really hard to experiment in this kind of market because it's hard to bootstrap. I think a lot of the token incentives and speculators, when DeFi was in sort of a boom, you can use token incentives and people were speculating on them and the values kept going up. And so you can onboard more users and you can get more, bootstrap your protocol easier. And I think really now it's really hard to start a fresh concept and to try something new because it's really hard to get people to just even try your protocol. And I think we're even seeing that on blockchains. Like there's a couple, I thought that would be very interesting blockchains, Monad, Mega-ETH that just launched. And I feel like it's even there. We've kind of seen, I think, more of a lull than we thought. People weren't really even trying it. And so I'd really like us to see like an actual innovation in like actual DeFi, like bring some stuff that people are utilizing in traditional finance on-chain, get more institutions in play. I think like the RWAs are very important. So as we see some of that, and then we start to get away from relying solely on speculative assets as like DeFi's core feature, then I think we'll be in a better position.
Nice. And on that regard, I'm curious to know because you mentioned like where is DeFi innovation, where we can find this. And there have been like a lot of wallets adding like different shields, native shields directly embedded into them. A lot of like shield protocols also adding like wallet features. And we have also seen things like, for example, Apache Penguins launching like a card solution last week. So what do you think that is going to be the winner of this current cycle? Is going to be the everything app, the all-in-one app that can solve all the different problems for a user? Or is going to be the one product, the one project, the one protocol that solves one problem, I would say almost perfectly, and then wants to solve like one specific problem, like let's say custody, shield, security, all of these different things. So what do you think, guys?
For retail, I think it's going to be like more of a one-stop solution, something that makes it really easy. We have a whole bunch of infrastructure products that are pretending to be like front ends for retail, and it's very visibly, like you can see that they're just not good to use, not easy to use, hard to understand. So I really think that like for years we've been talking about somebody needs to come in this space and make it like, you don't have to teach, your kid could figure out to use it. Your grandma could figure out to use it. So if you really want to adapt to retail from that perspective, then like we need somebody to make everything a little bit easier. I think in general, even for somebody who's a little bit more advanced, understands maybe the blockchain space, it's still sort of a leap in order to use some of the DeFi protocols and to understand them. So yeah, I think that maybe infrastructure should be infrastructure and that somebody will come in with the expertise and build a front end.
I definitely think horizontal stack is the way to go. We've been always advocating for personalized experiences, but at the end of the day, people are looking for different experiences in the same stack, right? That's why enabling different kind of services, it's key, but also providing these personalized journeys, right? People still want to log in and have access to their self-custodial wallet, or they want to log in with SSO and social logins. They want to off-ramp, they have a MetaMask card directly in their wallet. They want to have cashback, they want to have direct access to DeFi. I think providing personalized experience is key, but also where we see consumer behavior is horizontal stack. There is no question about that. And also you mentioned bootstrapping, is difficult to bootstrap. I don't super agree. I think it's very easy to bootstrap right now. What is missing here is that distribution. Who is winning? Actually, who has distribution? Or who is actually going where to the customer? We always assume in this industry that we are waiting for the customer. We need to educate customer to go in. When I'm saying customer, it could be also agents in the future. We need to actually go where consumer are. So localized markets, personalized experiences, understanding what tech stack are people leveraging, and the stack is going horizontal.
I'd say that the broader competition is more entrenched super apps or larger centralized financial super apps versus anything that's kind of occurring on-chain today. I'd say that's kind of the broader, bigger competition for any sort of real user acquisition and yield. People like Robinhood are coming in, doing it obviously the old way on old rails, but they obviously have better distribution and user acquisition than most on-chain businesses. So I think that's really what the industry, regardless of what position you might be in, is really focused on. And then to Wes's point, I think there's infrastructure will be infrastructure, and that's going to power things like potentially Robinhood, and then crypto native front ends and wallets will compete for kind of the DeFi super app angle. But the broader competition isn't within crypto, it's outside of it.
You're seeing that with Coinbase though, right? Coinbase now you can deposit into Morpho, and you can they're already sort of, they have this interface, they understand Web 2 consumer, and now they're just making it easier for whatever they specifically want to do on base chain, but they're creating the opportunities and making it easy to deposit into these DeFi protocols.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to choose. Are you going to compete with Robinhood and $50 billion plus companies, or are you going to be infrastructure? I really think that's what's coming to in the next couple of years.
I think that there is no clear winner yet, and both the Everything app and what I really like to call the skinny wallet thesis. I think that people who are versed on chain and DeFi power users, they will prefer to have a skinny wallet and just connect to apps and have security super nicely handled. While on the other side, people who are completely new will probably better suited for an Everything app. They have everything integrated, swaps, perps, prediction markets, and whatnot. So yeah, I think there is place for an Everything app and for wallets which are skinny. But we also see a trend of browser extension wallets integrating perps and prediction markets. So I think there is no clear winner, and there is more than enough space for both solutions.
Yeah. I want to ask you, Francesco, you mentioned about this idea of doing personalized experience over a product. So what is your current aim on that? What is the way that you're thinking personalized experience towards the users of your product and all the different things that you're doing on MetaMask, and also for you guys at the Hub?
I mean, for a long time, we've always been advocating, MetaMask is your door to everything Web3, right? When you were kind of willing to actually go DeFi, you have very specialized kind of experience on that. And I mean, the same is happening right now, right? People just want to handle prediction markets. They just want to go on DEX to swap. They want to have one swap action. They want to log in without have anything to do with secret key phrase, right? So this is what I'm saying. There are people even and we see different markets have different needs, right? Especially on the off-ramping side. People don't touch big distributors. And if you're living in those areas, you really understand what I'm talking about, right? And the fact that, for example, we are still speaking about there are 200 cards. Yes, there are 200 cards, but which card are you actually able to put some USDC on a random chain and off-ramp directly. Like, if you're looking right now, how is the world moving? I think we are in a very kind of like biased kind of like region. So when I'm speaking about personalized experiences, it's also, you need to also understand the local market, local culture, and customize the experience for that. I think this is super important. And customized experience is also like what type of things you want to do on a self-custodial wallet, right? There are people just using for specific experiences, right? People just want to do perps. And, you know, why I'm saying horizontal stack is just the customer behavior, because people like to have everything in the same place and doing less steps as possible. When I entered the space, I was happy to actually like have this friction and align with Web3 value. But the next billion people or agents that are coming in this economy, they are looking for frictionless onboarding, frictionless offboarding, and frictionless experiences. So it's very interesting, right? Because we're always saying like, oh, super dApp versus one single dApp. And it's very tricky because market and innovation are not super correlated, and people are always choosing the easiest way to do things. And a lot of people, this is also an assumption, a lot of people are happy to pay for a premium service. And it's something that, you know, personally, I'm, for example, not, I was not agreeing for a long time, but then I'm also now going in some specific like services. I'm just staying there because I don't want to kind of like go right and left, right, and open new kind of like hacking endpoints or something, yeah.
Nice. We're going to go to the next question. So we have seen a lot of like chain abstraction narrative over the last couple of months and over the years. And I think that we have seen some improvements on these. I think, well, the MetaMask integration that you did with Tron is a good example of that. But still, there is like a long way to go, I think. So I'm going to ask you, like, what is the biggest tax you're currently paying whenever you're trying to integrate a new chain or go to integrate like a new ecosystem itself? Like, what are the different things that you consider there?
I think on the wallet side, it really depends on how you would like to support the chain. If just a neo then it's not that big of an issue. If it's like 7702, then there is a bit more of work. For smart accounts, for example, in Empire, when there is a new chain, a user can deploy the whole stack basically with the neo. So there is not a lot of overhead in supporting new chains. But yeah, on the interop side, we know that chain abstraction has been discussed for a very long time. And still on the wallet side, it's not really super visible. Yeah, we can go from chain to chain much easier than a couple of years ago, but still people need to manage bridging and stuff, which is not really optimal. So there are a lot of initiatives, like the new Ethereum interop layer and OAL and whatnot. So we need to make sure that, I think that the real chain abstraction will happen when a user does not care if his ETH or USDC is on which chain. User just signs the transaction, and that's it.
Superform is relatively chain abstracted today, and we've actually received pushback from our users from being too abstracted, which I know might be different than other people's experience, but if you go to the Superform app now, we use 1 inch and a cross to basically abstract your deposit, and you can go from whatever asset you have into those vaults. But a lot of times people come to say, well, I don't want to pay fees on some other chain because then I have an approval on another chain. Or then they'll say, I actually do want to know that my assets are on Ethereum, not Base, for example. And we do see different user behavior that doesn't necessarily result in a monolith of like chain abstraction working. It's been really fascinating to see. I think the kind of next, let's say, billion users will not necessarily have that, but the on-chain community maybe likes it a little bit less than they say they do, because they have a lot of different opinions about that. From a technical tax perspective, to answer your question, the infrastructure to create chain abstraction isn't as easy as people say. So like we're kind of limited by the desired UX we have. So we want to maintain a high degree of like, transaction certainty when somebody submits it actually works. Because of that, we have things like Tenderly for transaction simulations and swappers for swapping tokens, and those don't exist on every chain. So new exciting chains come out, but they don't necessarily support all of the infrastructure that's needed. And that's, there's a variety of issues to be able to actually expand quickly in a multi-chain environment, which has forced us to be a little bit more selective. And we're only on 8 instead of, 20, which was what we'd want to be. And that's because that end user experience needs to be maintained.
Well, at least more protocols like don't make you switch chains just to see the data on that other chain. which is something very annoying. It's like such a basic thing. But I think chain abstraction is a very difficult thing, especially for like Beefy. It was for us to figure out because just going from one token to another, you kind of have to have a centralized token that you want to use. So let's say it's like ETH or USDC or something like that, and then go to that one, then use a messaging protocol or a relaying protocol and figure out how you're going to get the exit and then have to execute on the other side. So the technicality of it is a lot more complicated than people realize. It's probably easier to solve maybe on the wallet level, but it could also be solved on the actual product level. So, you know, like the USDC can enter interest on, I don't know, 7 different chains, but why do you have to go chase each opportunity to move that USDC? Maybe the actual technical product that you're depositing into can handle that as like an aggregation. And even that has its layers of complexity and security risks and all that associated with it. So it became a very difficult thing to create in a really good way, in a decentralized way. So, I mean, those are the reasons why it really hasn't progressed along. But the tooling is getting better, and we're seeing more infrastructure come out that makes it a little bit easier. So I'm pretty positive we'll have some pretty good advancements the next year on it.
Yeah, I agree what you're saying, Viso, on on the multi-chain approach. One thing that I'm seeing a lot is, yes, for example, we are now native on Tron, on Solana. What I'm seeing a lot is the ecosystem of dApps, like providing the tooling to actually get fully kind of EVM. For example, like we have a native MetaMask SDK with like full telemetry. We have embedded wallets that need to be aligned. So this also dApps and constellation of a company in the non-EVM ecosystem need to be also satisfied, right? And I feel a lot of like companies kind of like going multi-chain without actually thinking how we satisfy also those builders and founders to kind of like provide different experiences. So that's, yeah.
Nice. Another question, more regarding like security right now. We have seen like a lot of the apps and wallets moving towards like new permissioning standards, for example, enabling safer approvals, smarter delegation, and so on. So how is security right now, and is it something that you currently have in your scope, becoming part of your user experience in general?
Security is really annoying to me because I feel like it's a lot of new protocols take it so low, and it's like the most important base need you can have as a developer is to make sure that whatever you're doing is like obviously done in the most secure way, and every protocol you're interacting with, you know exactly how you're interacting with it, and it gets third-party audits done on it. And we just keep seeing in the news like more and more hacks, and I mean, a lot of these like issues are just like really basic things. Like people are just, I don't understand. They don't learn from the past, or they just keep rehashing the same mistakes over and over again. And like it's usually Oracle issues or things that should have permission structure in them, like functions. They don't have that, or they're missing it, and things that can easily be identified. And so I think it's really hard to take our industry seriously when people can't take security seriously. It's something we focused on for like a long time at Beefy, and so we've actually just done a DAO proposal to work with Nexus and OpenCover and offer some base level of like smart contract insurance as a depositor. So essentially, when you deposit in a Beefy vault, not only do you have to trust the contracts, or that we had them audited and all that kind of stuff, but instead we'll say, hey, like you at least have some base level of coverage. So when you deposit in, you can have that assurance that, hey, if you deposit into us and it goes into another protocol and something issue happens, that you do have like some sort of ramification from that. You can go and claim your coverage from opens up and stuff like that.
I think that has to be the answer. It has to be insurance on these smart contracts. Like, kind of historically, nobody's wanted to underwrite that risk on smart contracts, maybe for good reason. But I think as the industry matures and specific products mature, insurance companies will be more willing to underwrite like specific companies or smart contracts as they gain scale, and that will reduce the overall cost to insure, and we'll start to see, real meaningful user protection. Obviously, the smart contract side is essential, and that requires people to follow best practices. But like as you said, some people just don't. I think it's kind of on the project to kind of go down the path of providing some form of like insurance to their users, either that they can purchase or through OpenCover and Nexus. But yeah, that's going to have to be like the future of protecting consumers.
It's just really expensive. And so when revenue is already like really thin, it's really hard to like put that in there. Or you're trying to compete, right? And you have competitors, and so hey, let's like maybe like raise our fees and then we'll subsidize it that way. But then obviously now you're more expensive than the competitor, so you have to really sort of deliver on the marketing side of that. But yeah, it's a necessity. Like you obviously you should be thinking security one, and all the partner protocols that you partner with, you should be like at least soft auditing and making sure that they're taking things seriously. But I think we have to have like an innovation level of like, hey, we're all human. People can make mistakes. Maybe there is some sort of like base insurance coverage that people can underwrite and take care of your users.
Yeah, and TradFi and kind of centralized financial institutions aren't perfect either. They just rely on insurance, right? Like some of the biggest recent hacks are actually not from on-chain companies. They're from people that operate off-chain or, in crypto, but are centralized.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to security, in terms of users, we should definitely prioritize security by design. For example, when you mentioned approvals and permissions, like why should a user need to understand the whole curve of like approvals? We should just abstract them right away, and we have all the tools ready. Like Pectra is like almost a year since now, and we still see most of the apps asking for unlimited approvals. Like why? And I think that since 21, some stats on Revoke Cash said that like almost $1 billion went down the drain because of that. So I really think that wherever possible, we should definitely prioritize security by design and not by education.
It's the same things that with sign-ins, right? Like we are talking for a long time for like batch transaction, and I think like it's very interesting. Like the 772 is coming, a bunch of kind of like new AAPs are on the way. I mean, I think this is another angle, but I'm definitely concerned about agent security. It's like, and I think there is not a lot of instruments out there, and I think like permissions, caveats is the only true kind of like use case that will be at the same level of like even a stablecoin use case for true consumers. Because without actually enabling permissions and delegating access to do whatever use case we want to do, think about account recovery, think about batch transaction, think about anything on this level, it would be hard to have agents executing any transaction with true trust, right? But I think we have all the pieces, right? A004 with the entire kind of like reputation and trust is coming. You have the entire like permissions and delegation kit. They're already out there for agents, but it's still like crazy to think about that you can prompt engineer on Twitter some agents that will just give you like your private key, right?
Nice. We're approaching the end of this panel, so right now it's moment for the hot takes. So, Blake, do you want to kick us off?
After what we discussed, I don't think this is too hot of take, but users aren't ideological. They don't care about our permissionlessness really at the end of the day. They care that they're making money and that they're secure. And if we don't deliver on that as an industry, we're going nowhere.
How hot. We are live streaming here. So I don't know, I would say in 6 months, 50% of our consumer will be agents.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the previous point. I think that we should use the tech that is there, especially in terms of 7702. Adoption has not been great. So yeah, I think that we just need to use all the tools that we have, and that's it.
I guess I believe DeFi will die unless unless we move away from just focusing on speculation and we instead have delivered like more killer use cases on chain.
Nice. From my side, I will add that I would say crypto and like growth strategies without like a security strategy in place is like a liability, and it's really important to set up, I would say, your strategy, because as you grow, you will have like more scam and targeting your brand. You will have like a lot of bad actors trying to get advantage of that. So it's really important to take action across that, because those users eventually will churn if you don't take care of them, if you don't take the trust and safety net really seriously. So you can think security as like a way to do compounding growth, because if a user is going to trust your protocol, they will stay there. If a user suffers like a big problem, suffers a big issue, they will probably leave. And if they leave, probably the TVL and the monthly active users that you're trying to get probably won't be where you want it to be. So yeah, that's hot take. Do we have time for another more question? No? Okay, so we are going to wrap it up here. I want all of you guys to mention like one product launch, update, anything that makes you exciting that happened over the last few months, or you're about to ship it right now. So whatever makes you excited about this moment of your project, this is the time to speak.
Superform just launched our mobile app in the United States, Canada, France, Germany, Australia, and more soon. The goal, back to the original question, is to be that super app and compete there. Our earn products is kind of the basis of that, earn the best yield, but we'll be launching Swap Tab and a credit card soon.
Yeah, don't want to shield, but if you're a developer here, check out the Smart Account Kit and build some use case around delegation and permissions.
Yeah, I recently got super excited when I heard that Grid Plus was the first hardware wallet that actually ships support for 7702. Trezor will follow, I'm not sure about Ledger, but for the future, I am super excited about having support for safe accounts in Empire.
So the first time I'm mentioning this, but Beefy should soon have vault-to-vault cross-chain zapping, so sort of chain abstracted in the next few months. So feel free to come and try that once it's live.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all to the great speakers, and thank you all to the public for hearing us out.
from the pain you drive into the heart of me. To love we share seems to go nowhere, and I lost my life. For I tossed and turned, I can't sleep at night. Sometimes I feel I've got to run away, I've got to get away, 'cause you don't really want any more for me to make things right. You need someone to hold you tight, and you think love is to pray, but I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Back to when you drown. Back to out of me. Back to when you drown. Back to out of me. Sometimes I feel I've got to run away, I've got to get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. To love we share seems to go nowhere, and I lost my life. For I tossed and turned, I can't sleep at night. Tainted love, tainted love, tainted love, tainted love, tainted love. Touch my baby, tainted love. Touch my baby, tainted love. Back to when you drown. Back to out of me. Back to when you drown. Back to out of me. Out of me. Back to when you drown. Out of me. Out of me.
I'll keep this right here just in case I forget.
Back to when you drown. Out of me. Out of me. Tainted love.
Pretty basic stuff. It's, hey, we're in a bear market. What's up, bitches? What are you guys doing? And it's multi-chain interrupt stuff. Very programming, institutional thing. Everything you buy, everything that. It's just a matter of time. Privacy compliance, everything about privacy is real. I'll keep it vanilla. I didn't do much prepping, so either. So we're all in the same boat here. Are we ready? All right. Hello, everybody. Cool. So yeah, guys, we're really happy to have you at this panel on the DeFi stack, talking about liquidity, a little bit about interoperability, and mostly the rails of onboarding institutions and new partners into the DeFi ecosystem. A little bit about me. My name's John. I lead DeFi at Gauntlet. Maybe you've heard of us, maybe you haven't, but what's more important is hearing about the wonderful panelists and lineup we have today. So we'll just get started on this and intros, and we'll start with you, Andre.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Andre. I'm the head of DeFi for a company named LeFi. What we do is on-chain orchestration. So in super simple terms, you have an asset on chain A and you want to get that asset on chain B, we will find you the best path. That's the first layer. On top of that, we also build something a bit more complex on through the fact that you can not only take asset from one chain to the other, but you can take asset into an action. So think of you have ETH on ETH and you want to deposit into a Morpho Vault on Arbitrum. So all those actions combined have an underlying piece of tech by which we add a lot of components. So we have solvers, we have DAX aggregators, we have bridges, all added into one API, and we offer this API to the biggest institutions in DeFi. I like to give the example, if you've ever done a transaction in DeFi, it is very likely that you've used LeFi. We're in all the big wallets and in all the big front ends.
Hey everyone, I'm Spencer. I lead blockchain partnerships at Circle. Circle created USDC, a very large stablecoin, and our goal is basically to bring USDCs to as many ecosystems as possible and use CCTP, Gateway, and other protocols to make it fully interoperable. And super excited to talk about that.
It's not working. Yeah, yeah. Just handle this one. Oh yeah. Hello. Good. Oh, yeah, that one.
Okay. Maybe you can fix it. All right, we're gonna fix that microphone.
You go ahead.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel, founder and CEO of Nexus. Nexus is an upcoming layer one. We work on the field of verifiable finance. Certainly pretty excited about everything DeFi and beyond, right? We think the industry is progressing, not only with decentralized finance, not only with traditional finance, but also with the merger of the two in new and exotic primitives. So yeah, very excited to be here. Another microphone that we need to fix. Okay.
All right. Yeah, it's working. Hey everyone, I'm Enzo, COO at the AHA company. We are a stellar integration partner, shipping institutional grade tokenization and DeFi infra for projects building in the Stellar ecosystem. And we're currently really deep on tokenized funds, stablecoin rails, and privacy preserving payment flows.
Awesome. Great to meet all of you guys. So let's start. The elephant in the room. So I'm not sure if you guys know, Bitcoin is down. The village is on fire. We're all freaking out. But the reality is we really aren't. For those in the know, this is the first time it feels like we're in an impending bear market cycle. But a lot of people are super interested in what we're doing for once. And it feels really, really cool. And all these guys are building various infras on the blockchain layer on various different various layers again, trying to think about like how do we, for these new interested parties, what are we building and thinking about that's new that is going to be really attractive to onboard the next billion users in this space, million, billion, pick your number. But yeah, we'd love to learn more about what are you guys building right now and how are you thinking about now that we're in this Bitcoin down cycle. What are you building now as you think about the next group of users and narratives that are coming about in this space and how you're preparing for that? Enzo, we'll start with you.
Okay, sure, thank you. I actually didn't notice that Bitcoin was down, so thank you for telling me that. Yeah, so honestly, I would just say that nothing has changed a lot for us with the bear market. Yes, let's use the word. It's simply because our North Star is onboarding financial institutions. And I mean, yes, sure, retail sentiment moves with price, but financial institutions have never been as active as they are right now, and it's probably because they work on multi-year roadmaps. So that's a good thing. But I would just say, and like, I know it's an obvious one, but the silver lining here is that the bear market kills noise, and so those that survive will become the default plumbing for the next cycle. So I hope it's going to be the case for all of us, and being there is already a proof of that.
All right. Oh, there you go. It's working now. Great, awesome. Yeah. So I think on the price type of comment, I think along what Enzo mentioned, like right now we have the crypto markets sort of like searching their soul, right? Like there is some pessimism, there is some questioning. How do we value tokens? How do we reason about finance? How do we reason about the crazy token valuations that we saw in the past? And I think what we're seeing is going back to the fundamentals of how to value protocols, right? Things that matter right now is the value that you as a protocol produce, right? Whether you're a DeFi protocol, whether you're a more centralized counterpart. Part of what really matters is how much value you create, how much revenue that translates to. And then we're seeing, institutions come in from the side of Wall Street. We're seeing retail reason through how to price tokens as well. And we're seeing, the new concept, so to say, of price to earnings ratios being applied, right, to tokens, right? Which is hilarious to some degree. But I actually think this is very healthy. It's very healthy. It removes, players that, may just be building vaporware, so to say, from the industry. I think we are gonna be going into a pretty brutal sort of like phase, which we are living right now. But those who survive, let's see who that is, will see a very bright future. Hopefully one that is based on sound fundamentals, concrete revenue, and actual protocols that produce value for users. Right? So that's my take.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to what Enzo said, just focusing on institutional players right now and looking at the amount of activity that's happening there is really remarkable. And I don't think that we've seen this level before, and it's really just exciting to see, like, even though there is a downturn and there is this bear market, there is this undercurrent of product market fit that's happening in real time. And it's really fun to see that the industry as a whole is getting more and more traction amongst institutional players, which are traditionally much longer life cycles, much harder to get into new and cutting edge things. And so just to see that happening is really exciting. And I think everyone on this stage is really building to suit a lot of those use cases and a lot of the new needs that will come up as a result of that.
So you had two questions, right? One, if we're aware.
We're in a bear market.
Yeah.
And secondly is, what are you guys working on? How does this change how you're doing product development, bear versus bull market?
Yeah, well, I think that we're probably still for 2 months in this bear market. So I think we're going to be fine. Now, on what are we building to onboard the next billion users? That's an interesting question because I always hear that each year. But this year is different because I think that DeFi kind of peaked last year in terms of products, or at least for us. We like to think that we build one of the best products out there for interoperability, for interop, for doing actions on chain. And now, in order to onboard the next billion users, you basically have to attack a new market, which the new market is not DeFi because we kind of solved everything that was to be solved for the DeFi users. Now we have to onboard the users which are not DeFi users, the ones which aren't even Bitcoin holders. So how do we do that? Well, there's the market kind of goes into our favor and time goes into our favor because those two components, DeFi and TradFi, if you want to name it that way, they kind of merge together right now. And by those two merging together, I think all of us were being forced to start cater for the next billion users. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg problem, but now that the two are merging, we have to build stuff for them, and we are building stuff for them. As I said, with LeFi Composer and with the actions on chain, now we will extend that to users to be able to basically deposit into whatever vault they want and get yield even from their fiat bank account or from their card or from their centralized exchange as a first step. So I think we're all kind of being forced to build and cater for that.
We are forced to build for the next billion users. Multichain. So anyone that does anything in DeFi knows as we built this L1, L2, these other L1s, and it's this vision of how are we scaling these ecosystems. Multichain is literally one of the biggest headaches to ever exist on this planet. You guys all have to deal with these problems on various layers and in various scenarios and situations. I would love, personally myself, and as well as I believe this audience will as well, what are some different problems you've identified with interoperability? How have you solved it? And what are some major gaps also you're seeing now in interoperability that you guys are looking to solve? We'll start with you, Andre.
Thank you. Well, I think for one, interop is solved. Maybe that's a hot take. Actually, the hot take was going to be a bit different, but interop on chain is solved. We don't need more bridges. We don't need a new, we don't need new or scale up layers. So we're done with that part. And why? Because incentives are not aligned. So incentives are aligned for the people that are selling those solutions to the end user, but the end user is the one that gets to basically hold the bag, and the bag is just empty. So that's why I think interop is solved, and we don't need new protocols that are just going to launch a token for the sake of solving interop. We have a very good, we're in a very good point with interop right now. Bridges have evolved a lot. Now we also have intent-based systems and solvers underneath, which make it even more easier. And for us at LeFi, we work with all those parties, so we have them in our tech stack. So we don't prioritize one over the other, and that's one of the biggest things for us: neutrality. Even though we're building our own tools, we're not going to prioritize them in any way over other tools. So. The next big problem is not necessarily interop on chain, is interop, or how do you move seamlessly money from on chain to your bank account and vice versa. And that's definitely a bigger problem, because in TradFi they don't have bridges. That word doesn't exist in TradFi. What do you have, like payment rails? Well, probably payment rails are gonna evolve into DeFi, and we'll have to find solutions like we are doing right now for allowing users to move their money from their bank account to their Ethereum non-custodial wallet.
It's interesting. I think it's a really good and really interesting take and a good take that we have progressed significantly with regard to interoperability. I don't know that I would necessarily agree with the fact that it's a fully solved problem. I think that there's always new systems that are being built, and we always need to build something new to accommodate that system, whether it's a new relayer or a new, there's a new VM that comes up, and so now we need to create a way to make it compatible with our, with another, like EVM or with SVM. And I think that there's a certain level of connectivity that has to happen between all the different networks. But I do think that we as an industry have started to zero in on the things that really work. And I think that you're very correct in that sense, where there's a lot of things that are working really well. And we have teams that are building really remarkable products across the ecosystem. So to that question, I don't really see any gaps. I just know that there are inevitably gaps that come up.
Yeah. So my take here is actually sort of in the middle of the two of this. I agree with Andre that largely interop is a solved problem on the message passing side of things. There's still a lot of ground to cover. As an example, managing liquidity when you launch a new token or a new stablecoin across all of these chains, it's still something that you need to do, right? You need to go and talk with the market maker and be like, hey, here's the deal. I want major liquidity in this pools, and then you got to rebalance and so on and so forth, right? So that's kind of complicated. Number two, the interop providers, when you're launching a new chain, it's actually a few of them. It's few of them that exist, right? Primarily Wormhole, Layer 0, so on and so forth. And I would say that as protocols with their own tokens, they naturally perhaps as well have their own incentives to carry out their own agenda, right? Not to criticize them, they are good partners. But I mean, there are some gaps there. Certainly, I would say we're a major L1 chain, so thankfully we're able to work with all of those people quite well. For novel chains, for novel teams that are launching L2s, L3s, integrating with one of these bridging partners, it's pretty costly. It's very, very costly if you want to be part of the interop network. Lastly, I would say something that it's a little bit ignored is the remaining challenges with complex multi-chain interactions. So let me give you an example. Let's say that you're a protocol that wants to incentivize, hey, I want to build a new stablecoin. If you deposit from Monad, from Plasma, from whatever, you get a bonus, and here's one click button for you as a user to link your EVM wallet, and then draw all of your liquidity sitting on all major chains, right? So a multi-chain orchestration system, with the most basic example being draw all your liquidity from all these chains, or draw your liquidity so you can then deposit on a lending protocol or purchase something on chain, right? That kind of like complex orchestration, it's pretty hard to build if you're just building it yourself, right? You need to manage like failing transactions across all the chains, gas mechanisms, so on and so forth. One of my good friends in the industry, there's a company called Halliday that actually works on that area as well, something related to cross-chain orchestration. And it's a pretty complex problem. I would say that part of the reason why it's not so discussed today is because projects today have simpler use cases. However, as stablecoins gain further and further adoption, right, especially within companies, treasuries, and so on and so forth, this sort of like interoperability problems may be emerging more and more, and hopefully will be solved by existing players, right? So I would certainly think we're not at the end game version of this. There's still a lot of exciting things to do, but we are also very advanced. We're also very advanced, and it's great to see that.
I would like to go back just quickly to definitions because, I mean, you use the word multi-chain, but I think here we're talking about cross-chain stuff, and just want to make sure that we don't mix words. Like multi-chain, the ability to exist in one ecosystem, but not necessarily have to interact with others. Cross-chain, you have to interact between ecosystems. So anyway, just wanted to say that for the audience. But otherwise, I mean, me as a company, we as a company, we don't really do a lot of cross-chain stuff. But as a user, I would say first that like the ecosystem has evolved quite a lot recently, and ecosystems are not as isolated as they used to. But the biggest problem that I see is the route risk. So basically, when you use cross-chain features, you move your assets from one chain to another, for instance, then you have to believe and trust the path that you're going through, and like rely on third parties, multiple chains, protocols, like DEXs, bridges, etc. And at the end of the day, you might encounter some like slippage, latency, MEV, whatever, and like this still needs to be addressed right now by builders, and we're not there yet, really. So
those are all really good takes. I don't know if crypto people go on Twitter much, but if you do, you've probably seen some interesting announcements. BlackRock is integrating with BUIDL on Uniswap. Apollo announced a commitment to potentially buy a boatload of Morpho, thank God for our bags. And also, if you're looking at Twitter, there's been a lot of interesting quote tweets from MoneyGram on Stellar. What this is telling us is, with all these kind of seen the last like year and a half, is that institutions are not just buying our bags, they're actively exploring building on infra and building products on infra. And what I think is really interesting here is these institutions are actually trying to use what we built, not just the DeFi companies. But if a MoneyGram wants to offer some kind of solution using a Stellar, there is a lot of questions. DeFi is a fully on-chain, it's fully composable. You can actually dox every single wallet potentially using a product you launch that connects you on-chain. There's compliance when you're depositing into different strategies about are you following AML level compliance, and do you know all the users depositing in that specific strategy? Institutions are here, guys, and it's actually really exciting. But we have to deal with compliance, yield, liquidity, interoperability, all these different kinds of questions. And I think it's like a really big balance. The best yield is not the KYC yield, obviously, but that is in some level is a necessary requirement. How are you guys thinking about regulatory compliance and enabling the best DeFi solution for potential big integration institutional clients on your specific chain or products you're building and scaling? And we'll start with you, Enzo.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll take my perspective as an integration partner with like working with some of these banks, and I will say that like whatever we build for them, we should try to keep the core rails open and composable, and move all of the financial institution constraints to the edges, like custody, redemption, subscription, access policies, and stuff like that. On top of that, you can also add some like privacy features that you build as compliant features. But like we can talk about that later if you want to go into details. But I think what we have to keep in mind is that although we are working with banks, I mean we're still in the blockchain industry, and so like we should try to like keep some like good rules in mind And one of them is that there is some like red lines that we shouldn't cross. And so one of them that we follow right now is that when we work with institutions, we don't want to build any hidden controls. We don't want them to have like a backdoor that would make it possible to like rug pull user funds. I mean, we don't expect that from a big institutions, but honestly, like they do require, because of the regulations, some like big accesses and like features in their coins that need to be visible and audited. Yeah, you asked a long question, but I think a piece of the question was also around like the sustainability aspect. And I will just say that, but like sustainability isn't TVL or emissions. I think that it requires recurring settlements and real yields, but driven by usage. Not just like some fake APR from like protocols creating their own tokens. I mean, I think we're way past that now.
All right, let me just clarify the question. Is the question, what steps are missing to improve institutional adoption of DeFi? John?
Yeah, how are you balancing yield, liquidity, durability versus regulatory compliance? And we'll go into a more deeper question after.
Yeah. So you may have heard, the audience, that there's a few many projects that may be looking into going back onshore into the U.S., right? Due to, a more friendly regulatory climate, right? Which is exciting. We actually evaluated that option as well. But then a lot of these projects, as well as, other institutional clients that are not blockchain protocols, have faced a good amount of complications, primarily driven from taxes. Literally just that, just taxes. And even though, the legal landscape, for example, we have the Clarity and Genius Acts with stablecoins, we have a much friendlier SEC, we actually have a much tougher IRS. And it's something that not a lot of people talk about. And so when you are a small business, right? A small business, and you are, being approached by a crypto business telling you like, hey, you should hold stablecoins in your treasury. Maybe you will earn some yield in this other tokens. Tax regulations in a lot of countries for crypto are not well defined. And in particularly in the US, you need to keep very, very tight accounting of all of the movements that you do with your crypto, right? And so just that, it's a massive operational overhead that, in our experience, talking with a few many partners in the industry, it seemed like, hey, honestly, this is just too costly. My brain is just scrambled when thinking about it. This is just too hard, right? And so that's why people are pushing for better and more clear regulation around taxation here in the US. And that's why also we see a lot of, more adoption of this like crypto payments, like stablecoin crypto payments and other things in other countries that are not the US, right? Because, maybe taxes are harder to enforce over there, right? So, I do think that this is a major, major gap. Thankfully, the US government's looking into that, but for taxes to be amended, that takes time. I'm optimistic, but cautious over there as well.
Circle, I think, is one of the more well-regulated companies in the crypto space, and we've taken that approach from the very start. Our chief strategy officer Dante always likes to say that we walk in the front door. We never try to do things kind of behind closed doors. We talk to regulators. We figure out how exactly are we going to approach this. What are the things that regulators want to see, and by extension, what are the things that institutions want to see? And so I think that there's a couple things there that I like to think about. The first is you have to follow whatever the regulations are in the jurisdictions that you're in. That's a complete non-starter for institutions to not have that be a part of your roadmap. The second big thing is, I think that kind of going to a question you raised earlier was what do institutions need to see? They need to see what they're familiar with and what they're comfortable with. Wells Fargo does not want all of their users' bank account balances publicly visible on chain. They do not want mortgage payments visible on chain. And so how can you build privacy elements, maybe not necessarily, full anonymity and maybe not necessarily full confidentiality, but what is the happy medium that can really work? And I think that's something that is, to a degree, still being defined. And then, what are the things that, if you are going to, take a regulatory first approach, what are you missing out on? And what are the things that you need to take into account by doing that? And so, as we've been building, we've taken all these questions into account and really tried to say, like, how do we make sure that we're towing the line between, moving forward and really developing, but then also ensuring that the regulations are in line with what we are building as well.
Yeah, and one quick comment there. Certainly agree on the privacy front as well. When we talk with institutions, so on and so forth, and people that are thinking about holding like stablecoins in their treasuries, the question is the same. Like, let's say that you do a lot of like stablecoin treasury transactions for your payroll, right? Well, are your employees going to be able to see how much you pay each other, right? Or are the vendors that you work with going to be able to see that? I think we've known for a long time in the crypto space that privacy is very important for institutional adoption. There has been a good amount of progress in terms of pushing that on chain, right? Projects that work with trusted execution environments, zero knowledge proofs, right? But we are still, I think, not there yet, right? And so, hopefully we'll see more of that within the year to come. Sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'll be quick in light of time. So for us, and I'll speak from the liquidity perspective, we do see more and more demand from our partners, from different curators, from different parties for KYB or KYC liquidity. That's something that we definitely see, and that's a direction in which we are going with our own solvers. So we know for sure that this is, a demand coming from TradFi. And as I said, at your first question, we are kind of being forced to respond to this merge between TradFi and DeFi, and this is, probably a very good example in which, the KYB liquidity is definitely a must.
Amazing, guys. Yeah, it's happening. Don't mean to shill, but Anchorage just announced Gauntlet Vaults for all custody clients there in Yield. It's super exciting, and we're really excited to onboard as many users as possible. But guys, we're running short on time, so we're going to do 10 seconds for each person. I want to hear your hot take, one statement, and then anyone in this panel group can go and ask you the question later. What exactly do you mean by the hot take? What is one statement you guys have about DeFi, crypto, and regulation and institutions and how this all merges, and where do you guys stand in the stack? We'll start with you, Andre.
Sure. So my hot take is on-chain interop is solved. Interop in the meaning of moving money from on-chain to your bank account is not solved, and it's basically a T0.
I think for me, it's like, I agree, I think interoperability is the reason why this industry lives or dies. I think that this is the most important thing, and we need to really focus on making this a success.
Yeah, my hot take here is that, maybe not that hot either, but that finance is certainly the PMF killer of crypto. We've seen that a lot of other experiments have not worked. And not only that, but the world is no longer, it's now more skeptical. And now sustainable revenues for on-chain protocols as well as blockchains are now necessary, are a must. And what we will see is a renaissance of crypto protocols that are very, very focused on sustainability. And if you're not one of those, then you will not be part of the conversation going forward.
Okay, that's interesting. It's actually close to what I have in mind. So I'm just gonna say, and like focused on liquidity and stuff, I'll say that like incentives can bootstrap liquidity, but settlement is what makes it durable. And so I believe that the 2026, 2027 winners will be settlement first, not APR first. And the others will probably die eventually. So let's be open about that.
All right, guys. All right, we're going to do one more 5-second question and then closing statements. It's really quick. And we'll start with you, Enzo. Who are the best projects to work with you, and what is the most value you bring to these? We have a lot of builders here that probably want to learn.
Yeah, so if you're a project looking to build on Stellar and you want some like architecture design support or full stack development support, then come to me. We'll make it move from ideation to production.
Amazing. For us, one of the best people that we're working with is M0, the M0 protocol, which is a stablecoin issuer that works with a lot of other teams. They're backed by Pantera, who are also our investors. And yeah, honestly, amazing team. I think we'll see a lot more from them. And we're about to announce a close collaboration as well on a custom stablecoin. So stay tuned for that.
I mean, we work with hundreds, thousands of incredible companies. If you guys aren't working with us and want to, just come talk to me. We love to build our ecosystem up even more.
We work with all the big wallets and all the big DeFi frontend. So if you want to have a solution for moving money from chain to chain or moving money into an action, you can find me here. Thank you.
All right, guys. That will conclude what we're doing over our discussion. And just a quick note, you want to learn about what MoneyGram is doing with Stellar. Great guy to talk to right there. You want to learn about one of the best perp stacks being built in DeFi right now. Nexus is one of the best projects to work with. You just want to talk about Arc or anything really cool about what they're doing for these fintechs, and you want to talk about one of the best interoperability platforms in crypto, you got LeFi right here. Guys, it was great chatting. Thank you for letting me host, and let's have an applause for our wonderful guests.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I just did the closing of it.
Oh, you're good.
Just two mics?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to go both of the shirts. Instead of love one, okay, we're good. Just two handhelds for this next piece. Just jumping right in.
Maybe I don't wanna know the way home. Taking on a journey, I got places to go. Wanna chase a miracle. It's possible. You just
Hold it up here. Yeah, I'm just taking on my
Test. Hello.
Hello. Okay. Appreciate that. Oh, I love the boots, dude. I didn't even see those.
Thank you.
Those are tough. I had 2 pairs of. Oh. Okay. All right, y'all. First of all, thank you all for being here. Can we get a big shout out for Multichain Day? I know we got, you know what I mean? Sheesh. And to all the sponsors and all the speakers, like this great speaker right here. Garen, thank you so much for doing this, by the way, man.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah, of course. So I guess let's just get into it a little bit. I would love if you could just give people a bit of introduction about yourself, a little intro about Stellar, and let's dive in.
Yeah, so my name's Garen. I work on protocol at the Stellar Development Foundation. Stellar is one of the oldest Layer 1 blockchains. We launched mainnet about 6 months before Ethereum, and we are fully smart contract complete. We have a focus on stablecoin and RWAs, and so we do things a little bit differently too. We don't do proof of stake, we don't do proof of work, but we have our own consensus algorithm called a Stellar Consensus Protocol that has a bit of a different sort of trust framework that makes it, in my mind, more better for institutions and sort of the enterprise use cases.
Yeah, I mean, this was something that we had talked about before we started, right? Like my introduction into the industry was the work that you all were doing in 2014, 2015, and the industry overall has changed a ton, Stellar has changed a ton, and I'd love for us to kind of talk about, you know, the idea behind this talk is talking about, you know, this invisible tax that, you know, we're trying to address. Can you talk to folks a little bit about what that is and what Stellar is doing to address it?
Yes, so the invisible tax is this thing called MEV, or maximum extractable value, also machine extractable value. And it's basically the profit that validators can generate from manipulating the order of user transactions. And so I think there's some misconceptions about how blockchains work and how proof of stake and proof of work, where how they think that, you know, it's this neutral, you know, entity that's decentralized, so everything must be okay and good. But that's actually not the case. I think in practice, these are very adversarial networks where the validators are actually colluding against users in many instances. And so basically, MEV is, while you are paying a small transaction fee on a network like Solana or an Ethereum network, the actual cost is much higher because while the fee may be low, you are getting sort of worse order execution, and the validators that are operating the network themselves are trading against you.
And so from a user perspective, what can they do about that?
Well, so not much. I think basically what happens is, to kind of take a step back and explain how MEV works.
Please.
In proof of stake, every slot or every block, a single node is selected to sort of construct the block and decide what transactions get included and what order those transactions are. And so what that validator will do is they'll basically see what asset users are trying to buy, and the validator themselves will insert their own transactions to buy up all the supply, jack up the price, and then sell it to the actual user at a higher price. Now, this is unfair because it's not users competing against users, but it's the validator themselves that are producing these transaction sets that look at everything, decide the order, and manipulate the order however they want. Now, after the leader node has actually constructed that block, they then send it to the rest of the network, and that's when you have the voting and everything else. But it's actually a two-step process where you select a single node that doesn't have to ask any other nodes for consensus to actually construct that block, do all the market manipulation, and then after doing that manipulation alone, that's when everyone else gets to see the vote on the block. So while the validation and the voting of the block is decentralized, the actual construction and deciding what order transactions execute is highly, highly centralized on a single node at a time.
So this is something we spoke about before, right? Like I think that the gold standard of the industry right now is proof of stake, and you know we're pointing out some very real issues with it. How does Stellar fix this? Like walk us through a little bit of how they can change the standard.
Yeah, so the issue with proof of stake is that you're actually giving lots of power to anonymous nodes, and you don't actually know who these people are. So any node can become a leader or sort of have the opportunity to construct these blocks just by providing the minimum stake. If you look at Solana or Ethereum, that's only a couple $1,000s. Now, the issue with proof of stake is that it assumes everyone is a good actor until proven otherwise. And so it assumes that you are a good validator, and if you misbehave, then they take your tokens and slash. The issue is, MEV is actually not something that's considered bad behavior. The networks don't actually slash if you're doing MEV. And so you can actually still be a good validator, but screw over your users and sort of have these extractive processes that people don't actually realize are happening most of the time.
So that's kind of one of the things I wanted to touch on, right? Because I think a lot of the industry sees things like this as a necessary evil. Can you kind of walk through like how not only can this be like curbed, it's actually in everyone's interest?
Yeah, so I think people just assume that MEV is intrinsic to blockchain. How
Yeah.
every blockchain is like, oh, of course, you have a decentralized system. People are going to try to make as much money as possible. But this can really only happen because proof of stake has no way of punishing people who are extracting this value, right? You allow anyone to enter at any time, and there's no recourse for if they do participate in these bad behaviors. So Stellar works fundamentally differently. We have a consensus algorithm called Stellar Consensus Protocol, or SCP, and what this does is there is no stake and there is no work. Rather, anyone can run a validator, and you actually decide locally who you want to trust and talk to. So if I spin up a validator, I would say, hey, Franklin Templeton is this company that runs Stellar validators. They seem noteworthy because they're a Fortune 500 company, so I'm choosing to trust them, right? And so you basically, it's still open and decentralized. There is no, like central authority who selects what nodes are trustworthy or not, but you locally, on your own validator, choose explicitly who you trust. Now, how does this work for MEV? If I'm running a validator, I don't have to listen to some anonymous entity that just popped up somewhere that may or may not be doing MEV. I can choose the validators I want to listen to. I can choose the validators that get to order my blocks and order my transactions. And if they do try to screw me over and reorder transactions or do MEV, I can just remove them from my trusted set. And so you actually have local authority to sort of do like a soft slash, where you basically say, this entity has lost my trust. Proof of stake has no concept of this, right? Either everyone slashes someone or no one does. And the networks, for whatever reason, well, because it's highly profitable, have decided that MEV is not going to be punished, and so they don't. Whereas on Stellar, you can slash someone locally for whatever reason, right? And so you have authority to actually determine who handles your blocks.
That's really interesting. I have a question about that I want to circle back to, but we had also talked about how like there's this kind of back and forth between further centralizing or further decentralizing for one reason or another. And we talked about how there are people who are trying to solve this very issue by going further into centralization, but it really, as we talked about, it adds more complexity and it reduces speed and performance. So just for people that are listening and kind of picking up what you're putting down, like how is it that this is possible with SCP? Well, that it maintains decentralization at the same time, not impacting.
Yeah, so I think the whole reason is that SCP is one of the only federated consensus algorithms.
Okay.
That's a fancy computer science term. But what that means is that there's actually no big group of validators, right? So on proof of stake, there is one set of validators, right? The entire network agrees on who has stake and who has the authority to vote and produce blocks. Now, because SCP is federated, there is no one global set of validators. Rather, every individual node decides who they view as a validator. And then, so long as you have enough overlapping groups, you then are able to have a actual connected network. And so I think it's just a fundamental power switch, right? So proof of stake is very much a top-down algorithm. The algorithm decides who is trustworthy based on stake. If there's some mining pool or some entity that has 60% stake, you have to listen to them, right? If you don't like it, then you have to maybe get the rest of the stake to vote them out, but that's almost never happened in practice. So realistically, if you don't like whoever has the most stake, you have to leave. Stellar works fundamentally differently. Power and control is bottom up. So you, as a local validator, decide who is trustworthy, and if enough other people agree, then that node is trustworthy, right? And so the authority actually comes from the masses, whereas on proof of stake, authority comes from whoever has the most money, the oligarchs.
Right, no question. And I think, this goes into my next question, right, where I feel like there's like financial difficulty for people, right, where there's barriers of access to certain instruments or products if they don't have the financial capacity. There's also technical limitations for people. Insofar as like, folks who are using staking for yield opportunities that might not be technical, like how difficult is this for someone who's non-technical to benefit from as well, like the regular retail user?
Well, I think it's the crypto degen, if you will, right?
Yeah.
They are actually profiting a lot off of MEV. And so you mentioned yield stake. Yield stake comes from two different things. The first is from the actual protocol rewards, and then you also make money off of the MEV, right? And so if your use case is to just buy a token, stake it, and maximize your profit as much as possible,
Yeah.
then yeah, this
You're in
whole
the right
MEV
place.
thing is
Yeah.
great, But if you just want to, live your everyday life and say, use USDC, get paid in USDC. If you have, a family overseas and you want to swap USDC for Euro Cs or like a stable coin, like a peso stable coin or something like that, then you don't want to, have these high fees.
Right.
And so if you're strictly a crypto degen and you're trying to optimize for your crypto profitability, then yeah, Stellar's not the place for you. But if you're interested in real world assets, if you're interested in just doing everyday financial product or services in the way that is the least extractive to your customers, then Stellar, I think, is really the only blockchain you can consider because it has this trust model that actually allows you as the product, you as the issuer, to decide who is trustworthy for your customers.
I love that. And so there's going to be a new influx of business. I mean, we've all seen this the more that we've worked in the industry, that there's a continuous flow of new builders, small businesses, big businesses. You talked about the institutions coming in. So for, let's say, a small business trying to get involved and who's listening to this talk and is really inspired by it, what's the process for someone to get involved?
Well, I think it's pretty easy to start building on Stellar. I think we have a very large ecosystem of on and off ramps. We have an ecosystem of smart contract primitives. We have a great Discord group. We have a grant program. And so I think there's lots of sort of opportunity that once you decide that Stellar is where you want to build on, there's lots of resources for you to start to start that journey. I think what's most important is that before you start that journey, to really research and understand what you're getting into, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at the EVM ecosystem, you have tons of centralization with layer 2s. You have downtime issues. Like for instance, when Azure went down, Base also went down because it was all running, or AWS rather.
Right, yeah.
And so I think before you start your crypto journey, it's important to understand what the actual incentives are, right? The incentive in these proof of stake algorithms is for the network to make the most money. That money is coming from somewhere.
Right.
If you're not running a validator and you're just building a product, that money is coming from you. Whereas Stellar is one of the only blockchains where validators don't get paid. There's no incentive, there's no financial incentive. And so that just means that you are actually getting the best bang for your buck. When you are using the Stellar network, you are not being extracted from, and you can just see that from the network itself.
That's amazing. Very cool, man. What are some of the other things that Stellar is working on right now that have you super fired up?
I think privacy is our #1 thing right now.
Really?
I think we just, in January, upgraded the network to support a bunch of privacy primitives.
Nice.
So we now fully support confidential tokens. We have ZK verifiers on chain. All the building blocks required for full ZK transaction execution and confidential payments. And so I'm really excited for that. Now, it's still new. The layer 1 primitives are there. There's still a lot of work to be done to build on top of those.
Yeah.
But we're starting to see some ecosystem folks start building, and I'm really excited for it.
I'm really excited too, and I think one of the things that it had me so excited to be doing this fireside with you and just hearing all this, right, is like Stellar's mission has been fundamentally unchanged since launch. Like, I think I heard Vitalik talk about how there's a lot of people in crypto where they're looking at each other as competitors. He's like, we're not each other's competitors. It's the centralized systems that we're trying to dismantle and fix, lower the barrier of access to education, lower the barrier of access to financial empowerment, give people the tools to build permissionlessly. And it's really inspiring that you guys have, you haven't shifted with the narrative, you haven't pivoted, you've stayed 10 toes down to the mission. And how does privacy fold into, if at all, with this, basically stopping of MEV?
Well, I mean, I guess for the MEV, it's not really particularly related.
Right.
So MEV primarily targets like trading,
right?
As well as some other sort of like purchases. Like for instance, like if you have tickets online, someone can snipe the ticket and upsell you for something like that as well. But for privacy, we really are focused on it just for everyday financial use cases. So payroll is a big one, right? We love stablecoins. We've been doing RWAs for over a decade now, way before they were cool. And it's very difficult to do payroll when how much you're paying all your employees is public. And so I think just confidential token transfers to be able to pay employees all over the world in US dollars is super powerful. Agreed. And I think that's a high priority right now.
Agreed. Now that's really beautiful, man. So it's the kind of thing, just if I'm picking up the through line, I'm someone who's participating in Stellar. I'm running a validator. I'm participating in the growth of the network. And at the same time, I'm able to do private transactions, right? If I then wanted to benefit from MEV, I could use what I've earned and done here and go across. But you basically have the option for both, it sounds like, where you guys are saying, look, MEV makes sense for the people it makes sense for. We're providing a pathway for the people who it doesn't.
Well, I think again, if you are the one extracting the value, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
If you want to make a market maker, if you want to run a high frequency trading hedge fund and front run people, be my guest.
Yeah.
That's not what we're building with Stellar.
And I love that, man. And you guys have never been that way, and I love that you've never changed. And shout out to Stellar and shout out to the builders that are doing it right. That's fucking amazing, man. I appreciate your
for having
time.
me, bro.
Is there anything that you want to say to the audience before we step out?
No, you can always follow me. I'm on Twitter at GTTYSON. You know, I always post lots of spicy takes like this one on other consensus algorithms, and I love talking about crypto, so let me know.
Can I ask for one spicy take before we leave? What's the spiciest take that you've had in like the past week or two?
I don't know if it's spicy anymore after Vitalik's post, but L2s kind of suck.
Walk me through it.
Kind of pointless.
Walk me through it. Let's get it. We're recording this.
Well, I mean, okay, like, just build a better L1, you know? Like, we have high TPS. We don't need an L2. So, I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, you need an L2 if you're, you know, Ethereum can do 20 transactions a second. You know, we have 10 times that on our daily average. So, you know, what's the point of an L2 if you can make a good L1?
If you new age builders listen to this, they were planning on building an L2. They're like, shit, it's time to pivot. What is the opportunity that you see in the industry right now? What's not being built that needs to be built?
I think end-to-end products, right? I think there's lots of very interesting stuff in the space where there's different, you know, yield-bearing protocols. There's lots of smart contracts. But I don't think we necessarily need smart contracts. We need applications, right? So that smart contract or that application might require a smart contract. But I'd rather see people actually, you know, build things for real people, for real users, instead of just, you know, building more on-chain infra for the sake of on-chain infra.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And for folks that are listening to this and they were like, God damn, Stellar's lit. Where can they learn more docs to get educated if they're a builder, or just like, you know, what's the best place to get their education started with Stellar?
I mean, Stellar.org has all of our docs. It has links to our Stellar Community Fund. We have a Discord channel as well. If you have more questions, I'll answer them there.
I think that's a wrap, man. That was fucking amazing.
Right, thanks for chatting, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate that.
That was awesome, bro. Thank you, bro. Yes. Oh, picture. Sorry.
Check. Jason? Yeah. Oh, do we have a clip? Right now, just a little clip of the presentation.
Can I replace all your Is this a good? Okay. You don't want me to block the screen, right? That's fine too. Okay. All right. Sorry, do you want me to walk around or no walking around? Oh, here? Oh, okay. Okay, got it, yeah. All right, yeah, no worries. Okay. Okay. All right. So keep that on, right? Okay, sounds good. So get started. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Jason. I'm the CTO for Solaire. So today, my presentation is about the progress we've made in the past year. Primarily, I'll do a deep dive on the bridge, which is between Solaire and Solana, two SVM chains, and how do we accomplish that from a technical perspective. Before that, I'll also give the audience a little bit of background about Solaire chain and how is it different. And therefore, going into the bridge discussion, hopefully you have more context about why we're structuring that way, right? So this is probably one of the first presentation on bridging between one SVM chain and another SVM chain. And there are a couple design primitives that we've thought about very hard at before beginning any work. So I'll share those as well. So our office is based in Palo Alto. Before I start, I just want to say that we're hiring as well, especially on the software engineering side. So the current team members, except for, in addition to, me, is coming from SushiSwap, Amazon, and Microsoft, and a couple other, Bay Area companies. And if you have friends or you're interested in joining, learning more about what we're doing, we'll have a booth on the other side of the room. So feel free to talk to us. In addition to Solaire, I'm also the co-founder and tech person for MPC Vault, which is a multi-chain, multi-signature wallet. So a lot of MPC stuff and different abstraction layers for orchestration layers for different chain. We've integrated over, I think, like 20, 30 chains right now. So we're very familiar with how each and different chains work. And that experience also informs chain design as we're building out Solaire chain, which is SVM based. Prior to that, I did some ML and cryptography work. So just to give everyone a highlight, or rather a brief rundown of how Solaire chain is different from Solana. The similarity is that both are running SVM. So whatever program you have on Solana should be ported without any issues or needing remodifications, probably some a little bit when you deploy it on Solaire. From a developer perspective, one of the most biggest difference you can notice is our rent cost when you are deploying your contract is going to be 1% of what you will experience on Solana. So this is from a real data because we deployed contracts on Solana as well. So our restaking contract back then, it costed us about $1,200. If you were to do the same thing on Solaire, it's probably just $12, right? So you don't have to care about, do you have to raise money? Do you have to hedge somewhere in case the Solana goes down? So all these improvements are made so that it's more developer friendly. And even if you want to just start experimenting with some contract deployment and you can't really get the faucet to work on Solana, because Solana DevNet faucet is actually pretty, it's not very stable. Feel free to come on to Solaire and then deploy a contract here. You should work exactly the same way, right? And there's also, for deployment, you'll also notice, which is part of the characteristics of having this high throughput, is that your transactions wouldn't fail. So if you deploy on Solana, you'll notice that sometimes you have to retry, and the retry logic isn't very explicit. You have to do it manually. So you have to retry it 3 or 4 times in order to fill the buffer to get all the program uploaded, and then you switch the entry point of the program. But on Solaire, you'll notice that the second you key, you just start pressing the keyboard, things should complete in under, like, let's say 1 second, right? So that's generally what we have been experiencing from a developer perspective. The average inclusion time for a transaction is much lower, and we don't have MEV. So the ideal use case is, for example, if you want to have a trading system set up, either meme coin or RWA assets, you don't want to have any front running. You can come to Solaire because we operate a mega sequencer. If there's any front running happening, you can prove that there's a dishonest mega sequencer, right? You can report it to the community and actions can be taken. But we don't have a typical POS system where everyone gets to become a block builder. Now, I think just like what the previous talk has mentioned, there are pros and cons with it. One of the cons is that you can get exploited because people with a lot of stake have the power of including a lot more transactions because they get more block space, and we can reorganize the sequence of transactions to extract value from your transaction. For example, when you're doing a swap, they can put their swap transaction before you and then do a counter swap, like swap back the asset after you swapped. So effectively, that would increase the slippage of your transaction. So no MEV is also a very important point that we want to stress here. And then the other part is about throughput. Through our mega sequencer design, which I'll touch upon later, we're able to achieve a sustained 300,000 transactions per second on the mainnet that's currently live. So you guys can experience it, how that feels like, and the latency, and etc. Now, if you ask me, the most common question I get is, Solana is already pretty fast. Why are you guys building a faster and the chain with higher throughput? What's the use case? Now, the answer is, given what I said earlier, could be, I think it's pretty obvious. There are lots of things that are not covered by Solana. First of all, different parameters of the costs. Do you want to have, for example, gas fee rebate? Do you want to have your own sovereign state? With our SDK, we kind of support that as well. Do you want to have a consistently low transaction inclusion time without MEV risks, right? Running MEV risks. So these are the things that were very different from Solana. And if you're building an application that want to have a different characteristics for your app, I think Solaire is the right, there's enough differentiation for you to say that, hey, here's the right product, right? Here's a different product, and here's a different platform for you. In addition to, the commonality is that, of course, there's the same SVM language, right? But the deployment platform will decide on a lot of other things, such as MEV, and so on and so forth. Just to highlight what we're doing as part of the throughput improvement, some of the common things, this is just the transaction lifecycle. Some of the common things include, SIG verify, deduplication, scheduling. These are all parallelizable. As transactions coming in, you're able to verify the signatures associated with each transaction in parallel because they don't depend on each other, right? The only thing you're saying is that does this cryptographic signature check pass, right? And then you can do that in parallel. Where we do a bunch of work is actually the execution layer. The execution layer is pretty much bound by I/O access and also the compute time of the runtime or the sort of compute time spent on each program execution. What we have done is that we have separated, into different executing nodes, and then they are interconnected via a low latency system. We're switching to InfiniBand, still experimenting with it. Today it is not. So that is how we're running a node across different, let's say, computers, as opposed to just running a binary on one single computer. So to understand what we're doing, that's sort of a good way of putting it. And each node are executing different parts of the system, because you can have transactions executed in parallel if there's no state conflict, right? If they don't ask for the same resource, they can actually go ahead in different, sort of systems. And then they're interconnected via a very low latency system, so that data packet switching and communications can be done with super low latency, and so on and so forth. One of the important points I would like to touch on is how do we run consensus, right? So we have a mega sequencer, but that doesn't mean that there's no consensus. So we have a very unique consensus system where the mega sequencer does all the sequencing and transaction inclusion and whatever, but we still require a network to actually verify that all these transactions are properly included. By being properly included, what we mean is that the computation and the results are included as per the logic of the chain, right? Which includes how your smart contract is written, so on and so forth. And part of that is done in a distributed way. So imagine you have like 100,000 transactions. You can chop the 100,000 transactions into 10 groups of 10,000 transactions, right? They add up to 100,000. And you give the 10 groups of 10,000 transactions to different people and different groups of people. And they each verify part of it. And then you'll be able to reconstruct from any node's perspective the proof that collectively will prove the 100,000 transactions validity, right? And you can just sign it, and everyone who's in the system, you can choose to verify it, but you can also say that, hey, I trust these other nodes, just like you trust all the other participating nodes in any other decentralized systems. They can just apply the effect of those transactions. Now, the idea there is that applying the effect of a transaction is much simpler than applying the transaction itself, because you have to run it, you have to verify it, and that would include all the scheduling, I/O access, bottleneck, and etc. But if you're just applying a transaction, it's like you're downloading movies from the movie sites where you're just writing things onto the disk. You're overriding the state. You don't need to you have to do checks just by checking the proof. But you don't have to run the transactions, decode it, sequence it, and then check if that's valid against another source of against another sort of version of the database. So I want to cover how we're doing bridging from SVM, Solana to Solaire. There are actually 3 steps. The first is what happens on the original chain, and then the second layer is the Guardian network, and the third layer is the destination chain, right? So these are the high-level overviews, but I'll skip to the more detailed page. So the token mapping is what we've come up with to be one of the important primitives, because we don't want the bridge guardians to operate with their own state. So we want to construct a system where there's for the guardians, we're actually moving the data from one chain to another to have as limited of a state requirement as possible, right? Basically, you can spring up your system with a private key because you're somehow trusted and you're verifying the system with that. With that key, and you don't have to download whatever database. You can just boot up the system, click start, and then it should run. That's how simple it is. But where should all the data be stored, right? The data should be stored on-chain. And probably every single data that's required as part of the bridging operations done by the Guardian network would be deterministically calculated. And they can be derived as opposed to stored and then fetched. Right, so that's something that we're trying to create from this entire system. So the token mappings would have the mint address on Solana and Solaire. But more importantly, the PDA derivation is actually deterministic. So you'll see that the token info PDA account, which is what you use to query this piece of data, is also deterministically derived. So even right now, taking out my laptop and running a Python script, I'll be able to calculate where I can get this data given any two mints on Solana and Solaire. So if you're moving something from Solana to Solaire, the Solaire mint is also deterministically calculated, which I'll show the equation later. The rough process in terms of going from Solana to Solaire and going back from Solaire to Solana is this. Going to Solaire, it's lock and mint, and going from Solaire to Solana, it's burn and release. And there are specific stuff that we have put in place. From Solaire to Solana, in terms of the burn and release flow, we've also added a step number 5, which is a rate limit check, what we call bridge cap. And we do this for risk purposes. If the certain amount, the amount of value that flowing back to Solana exceeds a certain value, you might trigger a manual investigation. It's actually a time lock. So past that time lock, the money will be able to go back to Solana automatically. But if anyone raises a red flag about that transaction can be stopped. And this is because if you analyze all the hacks out there about bridges, the most important thing is you can fabricate a proof and submitting to the original chain bridge such that it tricks it into thinking that I can release all the funds to a certain address. And that's where the biggest risk is with bridging. So we have done a lot of, we've had a lot of thinking around that. But this is, just the threat model is that if anything happens on Solaire, even in the case of a contract mis-execution because we placed a primitive, in a wrong spot or whatever, or the bridge itself is hacked, for example, key leak, right? Just, if we were to isolate all the risks, we'd be able to stop that attack immediately. And this is one of the most important considerations of building a bridge. So just now I said about, how do you get target mint? And this is more of a, a specific way of calculating that program-derived account. So if you follow that, everything is done in a deterministic way. So for the last few seconds, I just want to show a metadata lookup. One of the tricky thing is how do you also include the metadata when you bridge the chain over, right? So there has to be a lookup process. And the lookup process is such that on Solaire side, we actually check if the token is bridged. And you can do that, again, in a deterministic way. So there's a function which you can call, it's called isMint bridged token. And the way to check it is to check if the mint authority is the bridge handler. And if the mint authority is the bridge handler, it means that you're able to determine that this is a bridged token, and therefore you should follow a bridged token metadata lookup. And if not, there's a native token metadata lookup. So there are a couple slides. I think the slides will be available for you guys as well. But here's a more of a longer version of exactly what happens under the hood. And with that, that's my sort of presentation. I'll be around at the booth, happy to talk to you folks who have questions. Thanks. Okay.
love the way it flows, I love the way it grows. There's something in this sound that takes me far. It's like a special song, can move my mood along. But I cannot say you'll hit through my guitar. She told me at the bass line, and everything will be alright. She told me that the groove is mine, it will take us through the night. And where I'll go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the way it's bring clarity, running through me. I love the way it sings, all the joy that it brings. Remember skating down the road towards the park. I could never say no, you with that summer glow. The music gives me sun when winter starts. She told me at the baseline, everything will be alright. She told me that the beat is mine, it will rock us through the night. And where I go, can't explain, I'll never know. But it's beautiful, you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Hey, you can't take this away from me. The way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Yeah, it's running through me. Yo, I wear notes like coats, blues like dudes. Warmth in the rhythm, soul that glues, the bounce to my bones, jazz in my spine. The hop is my home, rap is my grind. We riding on the backside of life, we dance. She threw me a chance, her hands in my pants. Actually, my pockets holding me tight. Whispering a dream I can hold in the night. Look tight, a rhythm that's throbbing my vein. Wake up to write it on the pad, the pains. Like church, the organ will invite the tears. Like birth, the crying, let you know I'm here. Held by the song that gave me a name. Dressed by the verse that gave me a claim. It's just bass in the line, safe to inhale. And if you live well, in longer years, in the stay you will be. A timeless octave to play for the tree. It's rooted in every single nerve in me. The nerve of he who ignores the key. The music that opens the mind to be free. Whenever your hot head it pours you a breeze. Beneath the clouds you allowed to see. In clarity, through harmony. Someone harming me, that won't be done. I stand protected by the laws of fun. I am perfected through the rhymes of run. Walk it this way and leave the party stunned. This music, it launched me with no aim. I've landed on some plane. Where I am, I can't explain or never know, but it's beautiful. So you can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me. Come on, y'all. You can't take this away from me. Oh, the way I hear the melody, the waves bring clarity, running through me.
Hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello,
Testing,
hello, hello.
testing. Can you hear me?
Testing, testing, testing.
Gotta be right up on this thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing.
I agree. Well, thank you all for being here. Can we get another quick round of applause for the people on the stage real quick? Can we get like, woo! Although one time, get the energy up in here. Thank you to Multichain Day, to Raft, and to all the partners for making this possible. Thank you guys for being on the stage with me and for all the great work you're doing. Just as we get started, I'd love if we could just go down and do some quick intros, who you guys are and what you're building.
Hey everybody, my name is Kanishk and I run the DevRel team here at Across. My focus has primarily been to make sure that all our partners, our integrators, and our lovely developer community are well supported when they're trying to build literally anything. I'm talking perpdexes, I'm talking a dex swap, I'm talking literally any app that comes to your mind. And we're trying to shift the narrative where an app that is deployed on chain ABC can now have access to liquidity from literally any chain. Because what every builder here needs is users and liquidity. And once you deploy, you have very little leeway to find another chain without the resources that you need. So basically, that's where Across comes into the picture. Helps you bridge to and fro through any chain that you like and any chain that you love. And my focus here is to make sure that every developer is well supported on their path to achieve this. So yeah, that's what I do and that's what Across is for.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh. I lead product at Solair. A bit of background about Solair. We're a hardware accelerated chain. We're layer 1, built a lot with Solana technology, but we kind of use hardware acceleration to make it go really fast. So we're thinking around 300,000 transactions per second right now. That's been benchmarked, and we're going to push towards 1 million. Also very low latency real-time features to kind of help with unlocking the next generation of apps. So we're looking at several kind of key areas. The first one being your trading apps, perpdexes, prediction markets, things like that, as well as number 2, like your payment apps, right? So as the network grows, you have a lot of transactions, justifies the kind of throughput that we are offering. Last one being something like AI agents or consumer, where we're exploring new kinds of interactions where maybe you have each user has 10 agents and you have 10 agents transacting on your behalf, then it justifies that you need that level of throughput. We also do have a payments app, a crypto card, and a lot of other primitives like a yield-bearing stablecoin, staking, stuff like that, so that people building on our chain don't have to engineer all of these off-chain systems themselves from scratch. They can focus on building the product and hook into any of these like primitives that we built. And then we can get into all the interop and the cross-chain stuff in a bit as well. But that's a good long and short on Solair.
Hi, I'm Brian Whippo. I lead the developer relations team at the Algorand Foundation. I want to thank everyone at the foundation for helping make Multichain Day what it is today. A lot of effort goes into these events behind the scenes. At the Algorand Foundation, we promote the Algorand blockchain. It is a general purpose layer 1, but we are particularly focused on powering the future of finance. These are payments-based use cases, real-world asset tokenization use cases, DeFi, of course, at scale. Right, a blockchain that just works, that's very easy to build on, with incredible developer tools and languages, like we were just talking about. And one of the things that you can do on Algorand is participate in the multi-chain, cross-chain ecosystem, through bridges and interoperability protocols. And looking forward to talking about that with my friends here on stage today.
I love it, and I love how we have, the various sides of the industry that combined into one force. Literally the entire industry could operate through Solair, Across, and Algorand. So I think this conversation is going to be really beneficial for everyone. I think the way that I love to start it, and we can kind of snake, so you can start with this one, and then, as we move through it, we're coming into this in a very different macroeconomic climate, a very different, the industry remains the same, we're still here building, but it's a different climate than the last time that we were at ETHDenver. And I'm curious, from where you guys are coming, as you continue to build, as you continue to roll out various different products, innovations through your different businesses, how has this changed the way that you guys are approaching your business? Are there pivots that you guys are making, or where do you see kind of the silver lining in this moment that maybe other people are overlooking? And I'd love if we start over there.
Sure, I'll take that one first. So when I go to software conferences sometimes, I address the fact that we are off the peak of hype, right, in the Gartner hype cycle. And what that means is we're quietly building, right? It's not the bull market like it was. There's not the same level of energy. AI has the tendency to suck all the oxygen out of the room, right? But there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on, in particular because a lot of the businesses that have been building on blockchain for years are entering the regulated domain, right? In major economies in Europe and the US and elsewhere, it's not the Wild West anymore. And so you don't get the same amount of hype. And yes, it is a bear market, but from the technology side, there's never been a more exciting time to be building in this space.
I guess from my side, I think that it's, in general, yes, some oxygen has been sucked out of this space, but I think it's healthy in the long term because now everyone's focusing on your fundamentals, revenue, right? I think you start a business, you're going to focus on revenue, and that's what you should focus on. And then everything comes from there, like a multiplier on top of that, right? Different industries have different multipliers, but on the very basis, you need revenue. And our team are based out in Silicon Valley. We are very familiar with the ups and downs with technology, but at the same time, through these cycles, it's always been fundamentals like your revenue, right? And I think that's good because it kind of reallocates resources to its projects that have that staying power and people who are focusing on good products that people use as an actual use case for it. For us, at least how we're tackling it is that we're going very product-led. So we're going to focus on products and saying, hey, what do people use? What would they pay for? What actually drives volume? And then we generate the revenue. And we also help our ecosystem generate the revenue. So that kind of trickles down from the top. So we build our own products on our own chain. We dog food our own infrastructure. So we also know what problems they are deploying on our chain. We fix them, and then we iterate from there. So we are our own biggest customers, and we will also hope that as we generate revenue, we're going to pump it back in the ecosystem, and it's going to start that flywheel. And then when the next bull cycle, the next kind of regulation kind of catches up, liquidity pumps in, we are there to capture all of that because now the flywheel is already in motion in that sense. Yeah, I'll pass the time to you.
I'm actually really happy that we mentioned the bear market because right now all the tokens I like are at a sale and I can get all of them as quickly as I can. And literally most of them are at like a 50% discount. But jokes apart, I've actually seen this climate change from in 2021 where we all were used to 7-day bridging. And the norm was just like, fine, I will bridge and 7 days later I'll take my tokens out and then I'll do whatever I want with them. To now where even if I tell a user, hey, this bridge transaction can take 5 seconds, they lose their shit. 5 seconds is too slow, you know? And that's where we are now. So the political climate, the geoclimate, and this is applying to all the blockchains. And I think both of you can agree that the faster it is, the better it will be, and the more developers and users you attract. That's kind of where we are with the cross, to make sure that we get you like more than enough tokens that you can even think of. And then the second part of this is, of course, protection and security, because I can launch a shitcoin today. And through all the DEXs that exist, somehow every interop protocol will support it. But then the liquidity depth of this particular shitcoin can be something which will scam a lot of users, wherein they'll see a particular price, but when you actually go to execute the transaction, the pool will just flip all over again. So that's kind of where we are focusing on making sure that when a user comes to our platform, or when a developer uses our APIs, everything that they see is the experience that the users will get. There are all kinds of guardrails built in, and all you have to do is just use one API as a developer, and you're done. So that's kind of where we are. We saw the norm change. We saw people's behavior change. So we even adapted our app to it, and now we've completely gone from being just a bridge to being a cross-chain swap that supports about 25 chains and about 30,000 tokens. And that's where we are at.
I love that. And I think this is the perfect segue, right? Because as we see the industry begins to mature, the industry becomes more interoperable, we're able to move cross-chain more seamlessly. You know, you use the 7-day bridge analogy as a perfect example of how far we've come, right? Where now things are starting to look more like a Web 2 environment where people want things to happen fast. If my Google's not loading fast enough, I'm crashing out. So, you know, as you guys are looking at, you know, these advancements that are happening in the industry and you're all participating in those advancements yourselves, where are you seeing where, you know, the multi-chain interop future is, or the present rather, is still falling short? What are the gaps that we still need to solve?
I think there's so much to unpack here. First of all, making sure that AI agents, any kind of MCP servers, they are first-class citizens of your tech stack. This means you should have extremely easy access for an AI to read your documentation, index the documentation in a language and a format they understand. So that's usually the skills.md file that is becoming really, really popular now. But more importantly, it's also to make sure that when you actually go and execute transactions and for some reason they don't work, which can happen. Come on, blockchains are not perfect. In that sense, how comfortable is your developer is figuring it out themselves, an agent figuring it out themselves, And B, that's the last part of this is you being the support. So are they able to reach out to you? Is Discord relevant still for you? Because very recently there was a big debate between Morpho and a couple others DeFi protocols, which was literally just that, hey, we're shutting down Discord. It's going to be read-only. We don't really care about all what's happening there. And the spam infra has increased more than the constructive infra. So in my mind, where we are falling short of is providing the right amount of support, making sure agentic systems can work with interop protocols quicker. And most importantly, it's also just to make sure that when a new chain launches, everybody jumps on it, right? And when people jump on it, do you as an interop protocol expose your users to where the right opportunities are? Because, okay, I hold a token, I'm not going to take names because I'll probably get sued for that. But, like, where are the opportunities in this space? I think if an interop protocol can guide the users to do that, that's pretty cool as well. We kind of try to do that with Hyperliquid, but then Hyperliquid is on steroids right now. There's a new protocol launching in every 3 days. So it's pretty easy with that. But everything else, I just feel, so yeah, just security, exposure, and support.
I think from my side, it's probably going to be on two fronts. One of them is going to be more on back to like basics, like the use case. You bridge to a chain to accomplish a task. Like, what is that task? If it's just trading a shitcoin, I think that's going to run out soon because, like, especially when liquidity dries up and everyone's like tired of something, you can launch 1 billion of those shitcoins, no one's going to buy it, right? But if it's, hey, if you're going to do this to do payroll, employer and record, if you're going to do these things that companies pay for regularly, or on consumer side, P2P payments, things like trading, but trading actual assets, like things that people want to buy, people have been buying for a long time. Now you add in leverage, you add in other kinds of things that make it more interesting, more like use cases, right? You're driving a new use case that's not possible right now in traditional finance. That's where the interoperability makes sense. And then you add in all the other stuff. How do we make it faster? How do we make it more like user-friendly? And that kind of leads into the second thing I was going to tackle, which is more on the finality of things, because and like also like the latency in that sense, but more on the finality. Because like finance has moved from T+3 to 1, it doesn't just go to 0. It needs to rewire it to be real time. Because if you think about it from like I mentioned this at a couple of other conferences as well, when you're checking your email, it used to be like when you're logging into, I guess, the internet. You go to your email, you wait for an OTP, you hit the refresh button on Gmail. You're like hitting that. And that's what the status of blockchains is right now. You don't know when the transaction actually finalizes. You got to check again and again and again. But once real-time kind of infrastructure was built for the internet, then people had callbacks, people had all these things that were built on top of it, where now it's real-time, where something happens and you know if it happens and it all comes together. Then you had streaming, you had Twitch, you had chats, you had WhatsApp, you had Telegram. All of these things became a lot more instant, right? And then the user experience completely changed, and that unlocked all these new use cases. Then that drives the use cases that people would bridge assets for. So it kind of loops into that kind of conversation. But from where I think those two are the main, you can't tackle one without the other, you need to tackle both at the same time. But if you tackle both at the same time, it actually unlocks a lot more, I guess, like usage, and then the interoperability becomes a natural part of that. And at the same time, if you solve that dripping kind of effect, at the same time, your bridging is also going to be feeling a lot more fast in that sense. It's not even going to be like a second. It's going to be based on the chain's finality. As long as the chain finalizes, you're done, right? Yeah.
I would echo that. I think transaction finality, settlement finality is extremely important. It's not just for user experience, for end users, but it's also a risk management thing, right? People need to know that those funds have settled. What we see on Algorand sometimes is when you bridge from Algorand, which has instant transaction finality, to another chain, it works beautifully. When you try to come back and you have to wait multiple confirmations from some of these chains, then users are like, what's going on? Why is this taking so long? And that makes for a really like asymmetric experience. And there's a lot of infrastructure under the hood, of course, with each chain and the relayers between. So I think that is still maturing, and there's still a lot of opportunities to provide an excellent user experience with the finality risk managed, right? If you can't confirm that transaction on a sending chain, you can abstract that away from the users so that whether it's a person or an agent, and they need to move something of value from one chain to another, they can just get the confirmation and move on with whatever it is that they're doing.
Yeah, no question. Now, these answers are amazing, y'all. You guys are brilliant. So as we get further into this, right, as the industry is progressing, we're seeing institutional capital come in droves. We're seeing regulators across the world, open up the doors of their governments and their people to our industry. So like everyone, right, we're all moving into this new world of Web3. But there's trade-offs with all of that, right? Some folks are, diehard cypherpunk. We can never work with the institutions, and some people are like, no, we really have to get to the level of which this industry can really thrive and be on a global stage. How do you guys work through this internally with your teams, right? Like, how do you move to onboard these new institutional players while at the same time maintaining those value-oriented relationships with the builders and the users that you already have? Is there a strategy that you play to? Just kind of open to answer it however you guys want.
It's a great question. We talk about this in strategy meetings all the time, and it's not a zero-sum game. When you have both of these types of projects on your chain, significant legacy institutions that can bring capital and trust, right, and existing user bases combined with the energy that you get from an entrepreneurial ecosystem, that's where the magic happens. I think one thing, though, is in 2026, when we think about financial applications, it's unlikely that an individual developer can bring to fruition a complete application in this regulated environment anymore. And so we want to be mindful of teams, right, that have a complete strategy, not just the technology, but also the business, the legal, the compliance, and so on and so forth, and distribution to bring this whole thing to mainnet successfully. So that's really, really important. And I think it may be time, maybe not, it may be time to call the old sort of mythology that an individual developer could create the next unicorn. Maybe we bring that to a close. I'm not sure that's realistic anymore, except for the fact that now you could have an army of agents working for you. So maybe the single entrepreneur, billion-dollar company is still possible.
An army of agents behind them.
Exactly. One human, an army of agents.
Yeah.
For our team, we are very much, we welcome regulation. And I think that is, in a larger picture, boils down to distribution. Yep. Regulation unlocks distribution because the governments have that in place where if you don't have regulation or you are not being regulated, your marketing power, you are stunted. You can't do anything, right? You have to rely on events, word of mouth, points that doesn't work anymore, referrals, things like that, right? But the moment you are licensed, right? Look at Kalshi. Boom, you hit ads. You can license, you can do anything. Right? Now it's just throw money at the problem, essentially, right? Distribution is now a problem you can solve with money. And that's where I think for us, we are definitely in line with that. We want to be, at least the products that we launch, to be regulated, hopefully. And I think as the kind of regulation gets more mature, the frameworks in place, hopefully we work with the regulators, they would be more crypto native as well, so that they don't come up with ideas like let's KYC every transaction on the validator level, right? Those are ideas that just do not work. Yep. So we want these regulations to be, in a sense, built for our industry, so that we can unlock this distribution. Otherwise, what would happen is that there are already traditional players that have that distribution, have that license, and if we don't tap into that market in time, our technology is all open source. Yep. They are already copying it. Yep. And they will issue out their own stablecoins, they will launch their own chains, and they're going to eat up this market when we have been the ones building it over the past 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, right? So it becomes a race against time in this market. So I think everyone should write the rulebook as much as possible, work with regulators hand in hand in every region around the world, and make sure that we're guiding it towards a future that's, in the sense, even more cypherpunk in that sense, right? Because by working with these regulators, you unlock regulation that's more cypherpunk instead of letting the old guard, I guess, write the book and then copy our technology and then use it for more extraction in that sense. So.
I'd add here that being able to support an institution coming on chain has been one of the cornerstones of what we've been doing at Across. The most important thing for us has been that when an institution comes to any chain, and I'll give an example in just a short bit, what are the requirements and what are they actually looking for? It's maybe stablecoin payments, which is something that Polygon drilled on a lot, and all of Latin America now uses any protocol that's powered by Polygon to be able to pay vendors. If you were at Dev Connect a couple months ago, you would have seen that happen in real time. I was literally paying for things through my USDC balance on Polygon. That was pretty cool. But when more and more institutions like that come and they pick whatever chain they like, they want to make sure that A, they can move capital around, and B, their users who are used to having a certain amount of yield generated through these deposits of USDC, how do you do that on chain? So we identified these two areas, and then we realized, okay, cool, we can help them, A, bring money on chain through whatever resources they have, but then also move it around through our infrastructure. And that is when exactly it was sort of a light bulb moment where we thought, okay, cool, the Swap API, which is our primary area of working with the cross-chain infrastructure at Across, can now support more than just intents. So that's when we added CCTP, that's when we added more mint and burn features, to now we can support up to $1 million in transfers, which is probably the highest in the industry. So when we saw that happen, we said, okay, cool, now we're prepared for any institutional player to come in, use us with minimal support from us, or maybe just run an agent on top of it, and then you're done. So that's where we realized, okay, you should be able to move money around the chains, because what an institution would also hate is being on a chain that's dead, right? And there's plenty of those in today's ecosystem. That's kind of where we saw value. And then, of course, making AI a first-class citizen of whatever you're building is also important for a cypherpunk builder, but all these institutional players as well.
Right.
And that's exactly where we need to improve as an industry, and that's where we are also focused on, and we're heads down improving it.
I love it.
And yeah, that's about it.
I love that, man. And I want to shout out all the trade associations that are working on our behalf, all the people lobbying for the industry. For folks that are listening, if you're interested in regulation, check out the Clarity Act. It's a bill that's passing through the legislature right now. Back to your earlier point, right? Like, how do we keep small businesses engaged while these big players are coming in? They have all the tools that we have because we built them all open source. How can we protect the new builders that are coming in? And I think what they're trying to do is help these legislators who are not crypto native understand why a non-custodial wallet should not be regulated like a bank, or how a infrastructure company can be regulated by the CFTC by being properly decentralized. So we have cypherpunk-oriented people in these offices and in these rooms, like fighting for our industry, fighting for builder sovereignty, user sovereignty, and maintaining the values that got us all here in the first place. So I'm really, really bullish on Digital Chamber, Blockchain Association, Crypto Council for Innovation. Thank you guys, and everybody that's participating in those conversations. Now I want to transition a bit. We were talking about the more cut and dry, the regulation, how we're moving forward for the institutions. But as all good things come, let's get into a little bit of some hot takes. We're here to talk about interop, multi-chain. I'm curious, if you guys have any hot takes that you wanna drop on the crowd. Any spicy thoughts provoking for the audience, if you do.
With just a small show of hands, how many of you have used a bridge before? Okay. Do you guys think interop is solved? See now, no hands are raising. That's kind of my spicy take. Interop is not solved at all, which kind of got lukewarm because everybody agrees here. But it's funny because let's go back a little bit and let's talk about intent, for example. We all know what intents are, all right? It's just, you define what you want and then the infra underneath it just figures it out, right? When you bridge, or when you use any interop protocol, the focus is not to just bridge and now happily just keep that bridge token in your wallet and go to bed. It's always to deploy it somewhere, do something with it. I have a lot of volume of a lot of USDC on Arbitrum. I see yield opportunities on Optimism. I want to go there. I use an interop protocol. I go there and I do whatever I want. So I want every application builder, every infra builder, every protocol builder to think about it for just 1 second and define, okay, I don't want to make my user go to a different application to use my application. It should all be underneath. If I can find an infrastructure player or an infrastructure, whatever, component that can make this work for me, I think that is what solves interop in the best way possible. Because that's when the user does not even need to care about what's happening. You come, you see USDC, you deposit. Does not matter the chain you're on, does not matter, what is the protocol underneath all of this, it just simply works. And the best Web2 example for this is you load a website. Does it show you the EC2 instance it is running on Amazon? No, nobody cares about that. You go to Instagram, you post your photos, and you move on. And that's literally what Web3's future should be like when interop is at the centerpiece of it. And that's kind of my hot take. Interop is not solved. We are getting close to it. We got to build better. But we have to all move together a little bit here and have all applications see the bigger vision that they can have and make these flows underneath. I think I can give a shout out here as well. I think one of the applications that is about to do this, and I think they've done this very, very well, is Uniswap. Because when you do a cross-chain flow in Uniswap, it all happens underneath. You don't really see it happening, and in seconds it's done. And we're happy to work on this with them. We love that team. And we're trying to find more and more like that. So that's basically my hot take.
I love that.
Yeah.
I also love the soft shell to work with Uniswap. You guys should reach out to him.
My hot take is that we should focus heavily on shared execution environments, mainly because the internet as we know it is built like that, and I think it works the best. It helps users like one-shot things that they want to do, right? And that's actually how we built our own bridge as well. So we have a canonical bridge with Solana, and it's called the S bridge, where Solana and us, we share the same SVM. So what you could do, and the unique thing about Solana is that you can have instructions, and you just add instructions, right? But if we're both running the same VM, we could swing like a transaction on one chain, hits the bridge, and it does it on the end, right? So it just does it all computed in one go, which allows people to do a lot of crazy things like I want to invoke a program on a different chain. And it just happens, right? And I think that goes back to your point on abstracting all of that away from the end user. But I think that one big thing is that you can do that when you have the same execution environment. But right now, most blockchains operate like a database, and then it's like we have separate databases, right? And we don't really share in that sense. So I think once we solve that, then liquidity, all of that kind of falls in place because it all follows from the, hey, we now all share the same, I guess, like we speak the same language in that sense. Yeah, that's basically my hot take.
I'll give you a really spicy take. All right. So right now, the multi-chain ecosystem essentially exists because there's value sloshing around on all these different chains, right? And most people are interested in how do I get the value from one chain to another. But one question that's not often being asked is, are the chains that are securing the value underneath at the fundamental level quantum secure, right? Because you have to protect the value at the protocol level. That's first principles. So one of the things we're doing at Algorand is securing the protocol against quantum attacks through using Falcon signatures, which is one of the NIST-approved algorithms that is understood to be more quantum resistant to protect the history of the chain, and more recently accounts. And you can actually wrap an account in an application and require a Falcon signature to spend from that account. So when you think about protecting value on a bridge, you also need to ask the question of how are you protecting value on the protocols on either side of that bridge.
I love that. And there's a great research and development team at Aptos that's working on something like this as well. Shout out to the Move ecosystem. Shout out to the Move language. But I totally agree. I think it's like we're moving into this world where if we're not prepared for it, just like the advent of AI, right? It's not like you can fully prepare for it, but if you're not paying attention to it, man, yeah, what's that quote?
It'll sneak up on you.
Yeah, you don't plan to fail, you fail to plan.
Exactly.
And speaking to that, what a transition, my God. Speaking of planning, we talked about spicy takes, but I know all three teams that I'm on stage right now have phenomenal plans, have phenomenal teams. First of all, can we give a round of applause to them before we close this out? These crack speakers coming here, giving their time to us, very busy men. Talk to us a little bit about what you guys have going with the time we have left. I'd love to hear kind of, from each of you as we close this out, like what's on the roadmap? What are you guys excited about that you're working on?
I think the most exciting thing here for us is going to be free bridging into Hyperliquid, because it's the house of all things finance. So now today, when you want to go there, you want to build an application on top of it, whether it's liquid staking, another perp dex, whether it's another lending borrowing protocol, you can go and get your USDH for free for whatever USDH balance you have, up to $1 million. And that enables not just us, but so many new players coming into the Hyperliquid ecosystem. We're also improving a lot on our developer support here, so better APIs, better support, better routes, all of that is coming. And for everything else, you just got to follow across on Twitter. Just got to do it, and we'll post all the updates there. We are going to be around and doing multiple things, especially tomorrow at Hypefest. We are doing a bunch of cool things, which starts off with a couple activities and goes all the way to like a special event that we've got going on. So if you're around, please do come by. And that's kind of what we're cooking and what we've got in store.
From our side, so a couple of things. Number one, mainnet's going live. Right now we are in a permission mainnet, so builders can experience like 300k TPS live, right? And now they're gonna go live in public with that, so people are gonna do all sorts of crazy shit on our chain. Number two, so we have a crypto card. So crypto card is gonna go live. It's already live, you can get it, but now physical cards are gonna come. So plastic, full metal, things like that. And together with that, we're actually launching a mobile app as well. So the mobile app will have the card installed, will have P2P payments as well. So it will look like your consumer neobank, where everything's in there, yield everything you can send to your friends, and it's going to be really cheap because all the payments can be settled on Solr at less than 400 milliseconds.
300,000 TPS?
Yeah. And the benchmark for that is like a lot of chains self-transfer themselves, like the native token at 300,000 TPS, and they call it 300,000. Yeah. We do everything at it, like swaps, all sorts of messy state overlaps. So the benchmark is, we can push like raw, like 300k TPS.
Visa and MasterCard got to look out for you guys, dude. 300,000 and the card?
Yeah, and then I guess there's one more news. We're going to launch a product on our chain and on Solana as well. So that one is going to be secret. That's going to come out soon, and then you will know when it comes out. So yeah.
All right.
So at Algorand, we're really excited about the agentic economy for two reasons. So recently, we got our Algorand flavor of the X402 toolset merged into that repo, and the ability to settle transactions instantly through agentic commerce is really powerful. The other thing that we've done that we haven't talked as much about, perhaps, is at the end of last year, we brought Algorand TypeScript to 1.0. So you can write smart contracts in real, semantically correct TypeScript. And in the last 6 months, this has become, in hindsight, a brilliant decision because TypeScript has become the language of AI, as it turns out. And so now you have the combination of the ability for agents to transact on-chain, but also build their own applications on-chain. And just in the past few weeks, seeing what some agent skills can unlock for Claude Code, let's say, to build decentralized apps on-chain, with off-chain components and beautiful UI and everything, like one-shotting these applications is absolutely incredible. So we're really excited to see not just the transactions on-chain, but also all sorts of novel applications being built in ways that we may never have anticipated.
Well, listen, y'all, I'm inspired, I'm motivated. It does not feel like a bear market on this stage. Thank you guys for the work you're doing. If you guys haven't seen their names at the top, please follow them. If you're tuning in from the live stream, thank you for being here. And if you're in the crowd, let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you guys so much. That was badass. You guys are smart as fuck.
One,
Yeah.
two, three. Hey, hey, yeah. Could you hear me? Awesome. Awesome. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Today's conversation is about how we shift from Web3 as an infrastructure to Web3 as a real and everyday utility driven by payments, stable coins, and tokenization. I'm Camilo Molano, Head of Builders Program Algorand Foundation, and I'm joined by Chase Merlin, Head of Product at Braille. Chase, thanks for being here. And to start, could you please introduce yourself and share a bit about your background?
Yeah, for sure. I'm Chase. I lead product at Braille. So I've been building products for a long time that help people be healthier and wealthier. I'd run a health tech business in Nashville in the late 20-teens. And after that, I got into crypto around 2020 during DeFi summer. And after watching a lot of the stablecoin kind of failures and experiences of last cycle, I started thinking a lot more about stablecoins, especially regulated stablecoin infrastructure, and then linked up with Ben, who had previously built Dwala and team and have been there since 2022.
That is a super interesting background, and you have an interesting mix between experience with product, experience as a founder, and right now leading the product development on Braille. And for anyone hearing about Braille for the first time, what does Braille do, and what are the problems that you are solving?
Yeah, so Braille's a stablecoin infrastructure company. We help businesses issue their own stablecoins and then have a unified API for converting between dollars and stables. So as all these business models move on-chain, we provide a simple API for on-ramping, off-ramping, custody, and issuing stablecoins. And we're live on 20-plus blockchains today and have a variety of fiat rails, so Wire, ACH, RTP, and adding more all the time.
And as you know, stablecoin liquidity is an important priority for the industry right now. And Braille clearly is an important enabler in that process. Based on your experience, what are the use cases and vertical adoption that you are seeing in 2026?
Yeah, I think the use case that most people are familiar with for stables is basically cross-border payments, right? Stablecoin sandwich. I think this is where stablecoins grew a lot starting in 2024. So you can send money around the world, right? It was a replacement for SWIFT, replacement for netting for fintechs, right? We can send money essentially in a couple minutes across the world for very low cost. I think though these days we're seeing even more use cases that I'm also excited about alongside cross-border payments. The biggest one is just businesses are now running their entire business really on top of stablecoins, right? Some people have talked about this as stablecoin accounts being the replacement for traditional FBO accounts. So if I think about a marketplace or an e-commerce business, we're now at the point where users will swipe credit cards, you'll settle into stablecoins, the merchant will then run their business out of the stable. They're paying other merchants, other suppliers, payroll, and as there's more and more supply in the system, businesses are now earning treasury revenue from the stablecoin that they can use to reinvest in their products. So you can use the revenue backing the stablecoin to subsidize fees, to do loyalty programs, all these kind of things. The stablecoin revenue is usually a new revenue source for these businesses that let them differentiate their products. There's there's also one other one that I think is interesting in the last year or so, which would be blockchain ecosystems themselves getting closer to stablecoin issuance. So if you look at what happened, how Ripple approached their stablecoin, if you look at how Hyperliquid approached their stablecoin, there's growing recognition among blockchains themselves to own more of the stablecoin economics. And so I see that as a trend that will continue, basically branded stablecoins at the ecosystem layer or like enshrine stablecoins in a very close project.
Awesome. And finally, we are seeing the kind of adoption that we start mentioning like 10 years ago, but this is the right timing for it. And now that the Algorand integration is live on Braille, offering instant finality, low fees, and scalability, what does that unlock for builders?
Yeah. So I think, we recently integrated Algorand, and I think there's a few features of the chain that we're really excited about, and we're mostly dealing with payment businesses, right, marketplaces, enterprises. So there's a few features there. I think one is, of course, instant finality. I think when you think about these settlement flows, the ability to close the risk window to avoid things like returns and reversals is really important. It's actually a really nice feature versus most chains. I think two, it is obviously scalability, right? If you think about real world businesses, we're still nowhere near. We're probably like 2 orders of magnitude away in terms of where we need to be in on-chain volume. And so excited about the just TPS, and also really like you'll need multiple blockchains to solve these issues. And then I think on the regulated features that Algorand has in the token program, basically things like freeze and clawback and these things. I mean, if you look at in the last 6 months, like really weekly, all these discussions are looking for stablecoins that go beyond just a denialist approach where you have more control. If you think about these businesses and moving over their entire stack, you need more control over, again, these edge cases, things like clawbacks, pause, all these kind of things, which are really important for real world use cases. So if you put all that together, I think we're really excited about Algorand, and we're continuing to, to try to add more chains and give optionality to our customers.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because the blockchain infrastructure is important, but these kind of native features are a game changer when you are building some kind of use cases. And let's get practical for a minute. What is the #1 challenge or mistake that you see things make when they are shipping their stablecoin payments? And what is the fix? Because I know that you interact with several companies and you are learning from their experience. So what you can share with us regarding that? Maybe I can guess. User experience could be one of them?
Yeah. There's so many to this that could be. I think when you think about the Happy Path, or like a great example of a stablecoin payment, I mean, I can send money, like we can send money from, say, Mexico to Philippines in like 2 minutes for virtually nothing. Like the Happy Path experience is magical, and it's really good. The challenge I see is more at scale. If you think about these businesses that are doing millions, billions, tens of billions per day, like you have to cover all of the edge cases of the program, and things have to be really tight. Like, so that 1% kind of case, the biggest thing I see now is usually to move from your real world business pre-stablecoin to post-stablecoin, you're working with like 5 to 10 vendors or more. It's a lot. So you need like a stablecoin issuance and orchestration provider like Braille. You would need a wallet provider. If you think about things like Para or Privy or Alchemy, you would need a transaction monitoring, things like Chainalysis. Now, the products are amazing in each category. Like it's very different today than like 2021. There's best-in-class products, but it's a lot to stitch these things together. So one of the big drivers for us this year will be better integrations with these other vendors in these categories, whether it's through Braille being integrated, us integrating them, or other flavors of partnerships. I think we're getting more to the point where you could provide sort of a stablecoin operating system and like one API that makes this easy versus trying to stitch together kind of all these vendors. I think it's something for like a small project or a crypto native project, it's a bit different, but as you get to scale with these businesses, it's just the layer of complexity is super high, and I think we can drive that down by the end of the year.
And maybe when we are starting building a project, we are optimistic. But once we start with the execution, we realize the bottlenecks, the friction, the problems that we face. And let's zoom out for a bit. ChatGPT made AI truly mainstream by converting a powerful technology in something instantly useful. In Web3, what do you think that is the missing piece that can make the same process for stablecoins and RWAs for them to go mainstream?
Yeah. I think we're at the point now where most of the UX is actually pretty solved in terms of like chain abstraction, right? Wallet abstraction, gas fee abstraction, all this kind of stuff with stablecoins in the background. To me, the two remaining areas again are scalability. Like again, if we're thinking about right, you know, Visa on chain, Amazon on chain, which is where we're going, like everything will be on chain. We're quite a ways away. We're probably 100x off or more. So scalability is still, I think, the biggest one there. There's the different approaches, bleeding edge chains, other off-chain stuff. The second one is privacy. I think privacy is still underappreciated, still not talked about enough. Not like anonymity, but more like selective, real privacy. So if you think about things like payroll or supplier payments, or if you think about collateral positions on an exchange, it's just it's wild to me. Like you're not going to get these things without privacy. So I feel like at sort of the foundational level, I think we really do mostly have the UX. Like outside of these pieces, it's more we need more TPS, and I think we need selective privacy in a way that's not too expensive. But like it won't be private for everything, but for many things, you need to be able to turn on privacy easily.
The privacy point is super interesting, and I know that that is a key priority for the industry right now. Because at the beginning, we want that everything was public, but we realized that that is no longer the right approach. And looking at what you are building next, what's coming up on Braille's roadmap that you are most excited about in terms of driving broader adoption and usage?
Yeah, I mean, when we come back to our strategy, we're really just trying to make it as easy as possible to use stablecoins and reduce friction. So later this year, I mean, one, I'm really excited to offer more coverage throughout, outside the US. We've really started with the US in terms of our licensing, but expanding to other jurisdictions. We'll have a lot more coming on that later this year. The other piece would be, I've been really excited with how we've bundled a lot of these banking products, things like virtual accounts or ACH debits and all these things, really low cost, and made them very seamless with stablecoins. And we'll have some more rails coming like that, always adding more vendors online. We're really trying to give optionality. We'll continue to add more chains, more payment methods, and really provide, I think, market-leading pricing so that we can get these in the hands of every business.
This is my favorite part because it's regarding the roadmap and the alphas, and those are the kind of things that can help you to attract more users and create the adoption that we are expecting. To close and looking ahead, as we bridge the gap between institutional adoption and Web3 innovation, if you had to bet in one team that can drive the broader adoption in the next 18 to 24 months, what will it be and why?
I think the biggest pieces, again, will be scalability and privacy. But in terms of what we'll actually see in the market, I mean, crypto natives don't like when I say this, but I feel like everything that's basically happened here has been a pilot for basically banks adopting stablecoins. Once banks adopt stablecoins, we'll get basically the 50x, 100x. Like stablecoins will become pervasive, not only the adoption on banks themselves, but also it will basically make stablecoins a default for basically every business, basically every user. And so we are still missing some pieces though. Again, scalability, privacy, like we continue to mature in some of these areas. I think also later, even before the bank motion, we're gonna see some major brands launching their own stablecoins. We already have really, but even more so. I think this is the year, definitely by next year, we'll start to see. We're getting to the point where sort of like top 10 businesses in the world will have their own stablecoin, and then I think not long after you'll have banks basically running their systems on stables. I think at that point we've basically had like pervasive usage. So I think we're probably 2 to 3 years away. I think it's crazy though thinking back to 5 or 6 years ago it seemed like impossible, and now I think we're getting close.
So we need to be ready for the stablecoin summer, if we can call it in that way. Amazing. Chase, I really enjoy our conversation, and I hope that all the insights that you share with all the builders can be meaningful for them. So if they are building or they are planning to build with the stablecoins, the Algorand integration is live on Braille. you can take advantage of the instant finality, the security, and the scalability. And I don't know if you have any final comments or thoughts. If I'm a builder and I try to reinvent the wheel, why should I use Braille for my stablecoin project in this case?
Yeah, I would just say we have really accessible products that works all the way down to like individual developers. You can literally start like at $10 a month or even in Sandbox for free. And so if you're building anything on stables, like whether it's USDC, USDT, or your own stables, you could literally go to the website, start playing around, and everything's completely accessible to you. And it's all public and Braille.xyz.
Awesome. Braille, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for joining us. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the Multichain Day.
Awesome, thanks.
We prepared everything.
That was
get this out of the way.
Check, check.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mic check.
Hey everyone, my name is Aaron Ramirez. I'm a software and AI engineer at Flipside Crypto, and I'll be moderating our discussion today with these lovely folks. So real quick, flip side, we're just building an agentic infrastructure layer on top of all of our data that we've been providing for over 8 years now, and we have benefit of working with a lot of the folks here at this panel, so been able to see what everyone's been building up close. And I guess before we get started, if you guys could each give a quick rundown who you are, your role, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Sounds great. I'm Tina. I lead the ecosystem team at Monad Foundation. And for those of you that aren't familiar, Monad is a layer 1 blockchain where we're trying to not sacrifice decentralization for scalability. And we've been live on mainnet for a few months now. Handing over to you, Jake.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Jake. I am in the developer relations team at Hedera. Like Monad, we're a layer 1 blockchain. And my main role is focused on the innovation aspects of our ecosystem, giving developers opportunities to build with hackathons, incubators, that sort of stuff, as well as making sure developer experience is as easy as possible.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Kim. I'm a developer relations engineer at Aptos Labs. I do exactly what Jake does at Aptos Labs. For those of you who don't know what Aptos is, it's a layer 1 blockchain that came out of the Facebook DM project. Is one of the leading move blockchains right now. And it's also one of the fastest blockchain now with 50 milliseconds block time with the recent Velociraptor upgrade that we launched. And this year we're launching 2 products, Decibel, which is a fully on-chain trading engine, and also Shelby, which is a decentralized hot storage solution trying to bridge the gap, the performance gap between decentralized storage and cloud services like AWS and Google Cloud.
Hi, I'm Sophia, and I'm Director of Partnerships here at Aleo. For those who aren't familiar, Aleo is also a Layer 1 blockchain, and we really focus on enabling builders and businesses to build programmable, private, and scalable applications, and we're excited to be here.
Nice. So it seems like we got some privacy, performance, trust. You guys are all focusing on different aspects. So I'm interested to see where this talk goes. I guess the first thing is the big elephant in the room. It seems like we are in a confirmed bear market. And yet the strongest builders and innovators in the space seem to continue shipping, and I'd argue that everyone sitting here is a good example of that. You know, Aleo, you guys have shipped your stablecoin last week, it seems. Aptos, you guys are hitting some really quick block times, some of the fastest in the space. Hedera, I know you guys landed a really interesting spot ETF not too long ago. Monad, yeah, your mainnet. Congratulations, three months. So as we look at the months ahead, I'm wondering how has this environment changed, how you're thinking and maybe how you're planning about the future. Have you had to shift anything around, in the last couple of months there?
All right, you're looking at me.
Yeah, we'll start down the line.
I would say that the best founders I've met have been the ones that can show the most resilience throughout a bear market. So that is definitely why the biggest focus for the ecosystem team this year is doubling down on initiatives that essentially increase the economic power that a founder can have when building in the Monad ecosystem. Namely, one of the most exciting things we've launched this year is Nitro, which is an accelerator where founders get 500K day one. The LPs are Paradigm, Dragonfly, Electric, Costline, and Ventures, among others. And I think that it's just a testament to the fact that there's funding at an all-time low in terms of capital in crypto. I mean, all the venture is going to AI at the moment, but I think there's actually such strong founders still in this industry, talking to users, building great apps, and actually building them faster with AI. So our positioning is really doubling down on really strong founders that are just incredibly resilient and shipping every week. Yeah, so that's what our focus has been. And curious to hear what it's been for you guys as well in this very, very interesting market.
Yeah. I mean, I think sort of, yeah, it's just a bit of noise, right? Got to sort of detach from the token price. Ironically, crypto and blockchain's in the best position from the actual adoption standpoint it's ever been in, right? So you've got a world where now the US is regulating things. Other countries are catching up. Central banks are doing pilots and actually taking it seriously. You've got managers of funds saying, yeah, we're going to tokenize. They don't even know what they don't understand tokenization, but they know everything's going to be tokenized.
It's a digital asset.
Right, but it's like, I mean, I know people who work in banking, we're going to tokenize. They still don't know what it is, but they know it's more efficient. So I think it's just a blip, keep sort of powering on. At Hedera, we've really we had quite a lot of strategic alignment, partly with the recent regulatory clarity. It means we can bring more things in-house. So consolidating our business development efforts, consolidating our marketing efforts, keeping it all sort of strategically aligned internally so we can really go to market with the technology and the products on top. That's been our main focus, and that's what I'm really excited for, especially this year.
I think the silver lining for bear markets, especially this one, is that we're removing the distractions from innovation. I think our industry has been taking the approach of blockchain is for everything kind of approach, and we've seen a lot of builders experimenting with cool ideas. And I think it's fair to say that the world is quite not ready, let's say, for these use cases. So it seems like the use cases for blockchain that has found PMF, that has found real use cases, has kind of consolidated into financial applications. That'd be prediction markets, DeFi, payments, right? And that's why institutions are interested in diving into this industry. And the fundamental backing of all these applications, I believe, is stablecoins. You know, because it's so easy to mint a token, everyone does so, but I don't think that's a great idea. It divides liquidity. Most of them are, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this.
Say it.
Most of them are bad coins.
Hot takes are later. Hot takes are later.
Most of them are useless coins. And it distracts us from actually pushing this industry forward. So Aptos has been kind of really focusing on optimizing our chain for financial use cases. And we've been doubling down on focusing on bringing native support for all major stablecoins. And right now we're sitting around $2 billion worth of TVL for stablecoins for all major stablecoins. Because we believe we got to have a robust backing of stablecoins to enable these financial applications to flourish on the chain.
Yeah, and I love what you're saying because there's so much alignment here. I feel like we build, whether it's a bull market or a bear, we're out there building. And here at Aleo, we've been building heads down for years. And specifically the last 18 months, we're really getting to see the fruition of some of the work that we've done. Last month, we announced a partnership with Circle and with Paxos, where we've created stablecoins on chain. We're super excited about this because, to my knowledge, these are the first examples of fully encrypted stablecoins on chain. And when you have that, now that lays the groundwork for really interesting use cases. So we're seeing all sorts of demand from B2B payment companies, invoicing apps, enterprises looking at global expansion. How do they move their money across the globe? We're seeing payroll uptick. We're seeing all sorts of use cases around NGOs and humanitarian aid and conflict zones that before we had these mechanisms of enabling private stablecoins, these use cases haven't really been able to grow. And so we're really excited for what's to come and for all that we're building.
So it sounds like bear markets kind of force clarity amongst organizations. At least that's how it has been with us. So I guess that's a good segue into the next one. In a multi-chain world where no single L1 can win everything, what is one principle that your architecture kind of optimizes for? And were there any trade-offs you guys had to kind of make along the way?
I feel like someone else should go first. I'm going to hog all the first answers. Sophia, do you want to go first?
I'll take it this time. All right, we'll zigzag back and forth. As you know, we're laser focused on programmable privacy. So what does that mean? We want builders to be able to build complex, so smart contract applications that maintain privacy, where you don't expose the sender, the receiver, the amount sent, and people can transact in a digital world just how they can transact today with cash. We think this opens up all sorts of use cases that we're so excited about that I mentioned before. And you kind of talk about trade-offs. I really don't see many trade-offs that we've had to make. We are private, we're programmable, we're performative, we're trustworthy, and we're growing. And so it's a really exciting time in the ecosystem, and we're excited for what's to come.
That's great. For Aptos, we have a slogan, and it's that we want to make Aptos the global trading engine that empowers all of global trading. So in order to do that, we need to optimize our chain to enable high-frequency trading. Because we can't expect institutions to come adopt blockchain as their infrastructure, especially these financial institutions are conservative. They're still using decade-old software for their...
Sometimes more.
Exactly. So we need to be competitive, not just to be the fastest blockchain. We got to be competitive with the legacy infrastructure. So to do that, we've been optimizing heavily on latency. I mentioned that we recently brought down our block time to 50 milliseconds. Soon we have an upgrade coming called Archon, which is going to drive our block time down to 10 milliseconds, which is on par with centralized exchanges. But it's not just about block time. It's also about end-to-end latency, like finality, right? So we're optimizing on all that front. We're making pushes on parallelism as well. We have namespaces, which lets private companies get their own fast lane using the Aptos consensus layer, which is quite exciting. We're seeing a lot of interest on that as well. The trade-offs that Aptos, I think, makes is that to enable this type of performance, the network can't run on a cheap hardware. So the cost of running a validator is definitely on the expensive side compared to all of the chains out there. But that being said, Aptos understands the importance of decentralization. If a chain becomes so centralized that it's super easy to change the state, then at that point, what's the point, right? So we make sure that we meet sufficient decentralization based on the Clarity Act, which is to have sufficient score for Nakamoto coefficient. So we're keeping track of that to make sure that Aptos is sufficiently decentralized while we're pushing on performance.
Yeah, so for Hedera, the really important thing for us is being that trust layer of the internet, the trust layer of finance, the trust layer of AI, whatever. And one of the decisions that we made right at the inception of Hedera was to set up a governing council. So the governing council is a coalition of about 39 companies and universities, Fortune 500, top universities in the world, companies like Google, IBM, FedEx just joined 2 days ago, and then top universities as well. And each of these institutions, they're responsible for running the network. Now, some of the drawbacks are people then say, oh, you're not decentralized, we want to be libertarian, and these are the big companies which we're trying to fight against. But if you're selling to a company like the ones we've just mentioned, they actually quite like the security. They like the fact, okay, we know that all of the nodes are being operated around the world. They like the fact that these companies, which have a lot of reputation at stake, are going to make the right decisions. They're not going to do something malicious. And also, paradoxically, when you can have this sort of format of specifying where the nodes are, it actually results in a sense of decentralization that when you look at networks like Ethereum, they all centralize geographically as to where it's cheapest to run a node or where the latency is the best, because they're fighting for capital incentives, right? Whereas we can go, okay, no, you can't use AWS because we've already got 3 nodes running on AWS. You can't be in North America because we've already got 4 nodes running over there. You need to be on GCP in Africa. And so when you look at our map of nodes, it's really distributed across the whole world. So from other angles, it's arguably more decentralized. But that I think is the main takeaway, is that sort of trust layer and ensuring that we've got the institutions behind us to make those decisions, and also use them to build on chain, right? These are the guys who are actually building on our network too.
I think some people in the Monad ecosystem might disagree with me that this is a trade-off, but I think the biggest trade-off that Monad made was not decentralization or scalability, because those are the main things we focus on, but actually being EVM compatible. So being 100% EVM compatible means that we do inherit some of the limitations of EVM, but we felt like given the state of the EVM ecosystem being incredibly fragmented, it was really important for developers to be able to have an environment where they can redeploy or deploy contracts without having to rewrite them. And that would be, I would say, the biggest trade-off. People at Category Labs or Monad Foundation might disagree with me though.
Okay, so you guys have each named kind of your edge in some of those edge cases. I want to flip it and talk about the hard parts. So each of you is kind of built around a clear strength, privacy, performance, trust. In real production environments, what's the single hardest bottleneck that's still preventing that strength from fully delivering at sustained competitive scale? And I guess maybe we can sing it back.
Yeah, I'm curious if you guys find this a similar bottleneck, but I actually think the types of applications people are building on infrastructure such as ours. Like there is a lot of infrastructure out there, but there's also a lot of hesitancy to fund applications using this infrastructure. I think that's actually the biggest bottleneck that we face. So that's why a lot of what we're doing is trying to make it easier for application builders. But yeah, applications is where I see the biggest bottleneck. People wanting to innovate those applications as well. Yeah.
Yeah, on our side, I think it kind of depends the audience which are building the application, right? If it's sort of the more degen audience, their bottlenecks are going to be different to when we're going to a Fortune 500 company and saying, okay, let's build tech, right? The sort of the processes that they need to go through is orders of different, orders of magnitude different. For the latter, regulation or the lack of regulation was the biggest thing. Like just the fact that, okay, we're not going to do it when there's no clear guidelines. We can't take the risk because we don't know what the outcomes are. We don't know how to sort of state. We can't create a business model which is legally compliant. It's just not on the table. But now, actually, for that particular audience, liquidity is one of the issues that we're facing, and it's sort of people will look at the Hedera Governing Council and go, okay, great, this I trust you. How much liquidity is on chain, and they'll compare it to Solana or Ethereum, and it's like a little blip in the ocean. So that's something which we're really trying to solve. I think it's been mentioned a few times on this panel. That's currently quite a large bottleneck, which is why interoperability is so important, right? But yeah, that's probably the key ones from my side.
I think Jake really hit a important point, regulatory clarity. That's a big one for both institutions and just regular builders. I think us as an industry, especially as chains, we want to approach ecosystem growth by empowering builders, right? Telling them, hey, you can build whatever you want on chain. But let's be real, right? When you're building a blockchain application with smart contracts, it's not the same as building a weekend application. When something goes wrong for your side project, you can create a PR and fix it. When something goes wrong with your smart contract, that's a security risk. Then it becomes legal real fast. So there's a lot of responsibility, there's a lot of risk, and also to secure those smart contracts, our industry is right now forcing insane amount of money for audits, right? 5 digits, 6 digits for just a simple audit on the contract, and even then, there's still bugs that they haven't caught. So it's really hard to appeal to a general developer audience when the current situation is like that. For institutions, it's more on trust. I think you guys are doing great on building trust with these big companies, and Aptos has built great partnerships with big institutions as well. But just as an industry in general, we need to earn back our trust. I don't know if you guys saw, but the founder of OpenClaw is publicly criticizing our industry because some crypto degens went and created some Clawbot coins and blamed him for changing the name. Like the reality is the outside world's perspective of our industry is exactly that we are some degens. They have no sense of morale. That's the fight that we are fighting.
Because we're degens with sense of morale, right?
Exactly. We got to play along with the rest of the world, right? So we got to earn back that trust as an industry, and when the regulation clarity comes, I think that's when we'll accelerate forward.
Yeah, I completely agree with what everyone has said so far. To add to that, for Alio, which is different, Tina, than you were sharing with Monad, we went the opposite route of EVM. And we said, no, we're going to create our own language. We're going to create our own protocol. Everything we've had to create from the ground up because of our approach and our mission of privacy. And because of that, time has really been our bottleneck, I would say, right? Where it took us a long time to create everything that was needed, the entire stack, right? Ideally, we wouldn't have had to create everything from scratch. But because of how much we cared about the mission and how focused we were on ensuring the privacy features were functional for builders, we built everything from the ground up, and it has taken time.
I can relate to that.
Okay, so each of you has had some real challenges scaling kind of your own lane. Here's the thing, though. Users don't really care about lanes. They just want the thing to work. So if multi-chain is now the default and success increasingly depends on chains working together while doing their core job well, as you continue leaning into this interoperability theme, what risks or gaps remain top of mind? Who wants to take it first?
You want to take it? I'll take it. I think we've made significant improvements in terms of interoperability. Like, we used to wrap everything. Like, we thought that was okay. Now we have a new mechanism of bridging tokens. We burn the actual supply on the old chain and mint a new supply, which is significantly better. I think the gaps, though, that we still need to work on is user experience fragmentation. What I mean by that is, sure, we can bridge tokens over, but it still means that we need to create wallets on each of the chains, right? So if I bridge over something from Ethereum to Aptos, you gotta maintain 2 accounts. That means you gotta maintain 2 private keys, 2 seed phrases. And you're trying to appeal to a user base who is so lazy to even input their email and password that they're using social logins, right? So if your expectation from your user is to, hey, create a wallet every time you want to use a new chain, that's a deal breaker for most of the users, right? Aptos has taken a stab at this with X-Chain accounts. It's a recent proposal that came out of Aptos improvement proposal. And basically it allows Ethereum, Solana, and soon Sui wallets to just sign transactions on the Aptos blockchain from their wallets. So they don't need to manually create Aptos wallets to use Aptos applications. They can just use their existing wallet and sign transactions on Aptos. So their identity, their on-chain identity, they keep it the same. It's just that they gain access to Aptos without having to create a separate identity for Aptos.
I think it's a really interesting question, this world of interoperability. We feel like what's most important is meeting our customers and our users where they are. Regardless of what chain, what wallet, what dApp they're using, we think it's important to meet them where they are. For that, that's meant, expanding into credit cards so that even people who might not even fully realize they're on-chain can interact with, we'll call them Web 2 point-of-sale systems and transact using stablecoins. We think that also it's important to have all of these opportunities to meet users where they are, regardless of if they're interacting and coming from Web 3 or if it's Web 2. And I think there's a lot more opportunity for us to start changing the dialogue to say, how do we create interoperability between crypto rails and traditional finance rails?
Those answers were great. I have nothing to add to this one.
I think I definitely, the wallet stuff's really, really good point. And including Web 2 and Web 3 in the interoperability conversation is a great point too. I mean, I think from just recently in the interoperability space, obviously Layer 0 released their own chain right, which I was speaking about this with my team. It's quite interesting because they had a really nice sort of moat of being vendor neutral. they sort of work with any chain and they're not a chain and they're the interoperability. So that's now changed. I think that's going to bring interesting implications. But nonetheless, I mean, you still, when you're bridging from one chain to another or burning and minting from one chain to another, which is definitely the better way to do it, you're still depending on that third-party intermediary, which is, no matter whether they call it a DON or a decentralized this, there's still an extra element that you need to trust in this equation. And I think if we can eliminate that and have chains natively communicating one-to-one, that would really, really change the game. We are working on something very early stage. I don't even know if I can mention it on here, but something which essentially allows a network to communicate directly to another network, and a standard which we can all adopt, which is vendor neutral, which is sort of, okay, let's cut the middleman, right? That's the whole point of blockchain. I think that could be really interesting and really exciting.
All right, we got like 4 minutes left. There's one more question I want to ask, but first, let's do a really quick lightning hot take round. So what's kind of your hottest take? Something spicy, something that might make the person next to you uncomfortable with multi-chain infra right now? And whoever wants to lead.
Has anyone seen that recent text Vitalik tweeted about L2s?
Ooh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, I think that tweet was incredibly monad coded. I'm of the view that if Ethereum was to rebuild its entire stack from day one today, it would look like monad. Please do not fight me. Or you can fight me, actually. I'm happy to debate with anyone on that. Yeah, so that's my hot take.
That's a good one.
A pass, I'm going to have to think on it.
Yeah.
Right,
what can you say to not get fired?
Here's a quick one, you guys. Tech matters.
No! Is that a hot take, though?
That's cold, bro.
Apparently, because apparently people think that tech doesn't matter, that it's boring, and they're just like, oh, it's all about narrative, it's all about hopping on the hype train. Yeah, maybe that was true until now, but the game's changing, and the chains that are going to survive and win are the ones that are ready for institutional usage and real-world usage later down the road.
I don't know if this is a hot take in this room or with this crowd, but I do see the fall of the meme coin and the rise of institution.
Okay, those were good. So before we get out of here, I want to give each of you guys a chance to kind of chat about maybe something you're looking forward to, something you guys are building. What's coming down the pipeline? What are you excited about?
Someone else go first.
Well, there was something which we just released, which was really interesting, and obviously there's AI stuff, cool, AI agents, OpenClaw, on-chain stuff for AI, that's cool. But something which we just released was scheduled smart contract service, which is essentially a fully on-chain, no sort of third-party cron job scheduler required, a fully on-chain service which allows smart contracts to execute themselves fully on chain. So you can basically have a smart contract which just goes, okay, yeah, do this, call my function in 30 minutes.
Or cron job?
Like a cron job fully on chain, which is really cool. And that's just come out a couple of weeks ago. But I'm excited to see sort of what people can build with that. And yeah, definitely recommend people looking into the scheduled smart contract service.
That's awesome. For Aptos, Avery, the founder of Aptos, recently shared a vision that he has for Aptos. And it actually got me excited for the first time in the last 5 years. He said that he believes capital should move at the speed of truth. What he means by that is right now, legacy markets, you got an edge in your capital markets with proximity to data centers. So if you're in the room in the New York Stock Exchange, you're gonna have an edge compared to someone across the globe because they're just close to where the execution is actually happening. So the real edge is not fair on a global scale. It's for those who are close to the data centers, and even like they're selling these to companies to get that fast execution. That's not a fair environment. So we say decentralization, decentralize this, decentralize that. But now I think a lot of people are like, who cares about decentralization?
That's a hot take. I'll take that one.
Yeah. But this is really what decentralization is all about, creating a fair market for people on a global scale. So we're launching 2 products. One is Decibel, which is a fully on-chain trading engine. It's got Clob on-chain, which we haven't been able to do that before, but we've optimized our protocol to enable that. So everything's transparent. We're building Shelby, which is a decentralized hot storage solution. So now it's not a centralized storage where you're getting data from. It's a decentralized network around the globe, and anyone will be able to participate in capital markets if they're close to the information, and they'll have an edge with that.
Sophia?
I'll go quickly because I see we're out of time. We have been building these incredible private stablecoins. We're super excited about the payment space in general. And tomorrow we have our labs organization, Provable, has a huge product announcement coming out for something that they've been working on for months. So I encourage everyone to keep an eye out on Twitter tomorrow at the Alio HQ. We'll retweet what the Provable, the labs entity, has created. It's really awesome.
I'll do one update from Category Labs. As recently this week, they launched Foundry for Monad, so essentially helping EVM developers with the same Foundry tooling that Ethereum has. And then I would say that the most exciting thing on the foundation side is seeing the number of applications and really serious founders for Nitro. In the first 48 hours, we had 170 applications all across the world, from all different chains as well, because it's something that's open to all of crypto. So yeah, that's what I'm most excited about.
Well, cool. Thank you so much for joining me, and yeah, I enjoyed moderating this panel. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you very much.
Pi squared? No, that's a different one. Yeah, that's a different one. Yes. That's the OG. Yeah, so our founders are 2 professors who don't know the industry super well, so they're just like, oh, it's a clever name. like a proof of proof network, so it's called Pi Square. They didn't know anything. We're rebranding. I don't think I've ever seen them at a. They don't really come to a lot of conferences. Because they're it could be any basis.
Guys, so these are all fresh photos. I want to do a quick briefing. Sorry, I just apologies. So everybody, you're now being live streamed. There's like 22,000 people watching online. So the amazing has just being aware that you're on camera at all times. So disengage from the conversation. We would love to do some interviews with you post your session. So after you get done, we take a quick photo. I'm going to take you to the co-working space to do some interviews. You all have handheld mics, which means that it has to be by your mouth at all times. It is on already. You can do a check if you want. You can do a check if you want. Even when you turn your faces, please make sure you make sweet love to that mic. Otherwise, we lose audio and people lose experience. That's about it. We will start. Oh, harder? Okay.
Moderating. Hash, nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll give you guys a quick intro. Yes, it should be good. Lots of fun questions. You guys are.
The ones in the chat.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna stick to that. Shit. It's
Probably the
it's
same
different
questions
people, you know?
or like adjusted.
You guys have ultimate freedom to talk about, you know, whatever it is.
I met you. I was on a panel talking about
Okay. When it starts, I start.
It's either like people are here for the happy hour or they're like,
Hello, hello. Welcome to the AI on-chain panel. Why don't we start off with some intros? Why don't you guys tell me a little bit about your name, your role, and what your project's doing? I'll start first. My name's Hash. I'm the COO of MCA, or Multichain Advisors. We're a capital growth and marketing company. We also do M&As in this space. We've been around for 4 years. We helped Wormhole, TG, Pip Network, Zeus Network, Momentum, and a bunch of others.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeet Raut. I am the head of strategy and BD at Pi Squared. We're a next generation Web3 info company, and we'll talk plenty about what we do shortly after this.
Hey everyone, I'm Arthur. I'm the CCO at Pearl. Pearl is building the sovereign intelligence layer to allow humans, experts, add their wisdom to data that's used to train AI.
Hi everyone. My name is Lele. I'm VP and head of BD at Kite. This is my fourth ETHDenver here, but it's always a great crowd, great energy. And I'm excited to improve my skiing skills after the end of ETHDenver. Kite, we are focused on being the AI payments blockchain and really working on building AI native infrastructure to support the agentic economy.
Hey everyone, this is my first time in Denver and myself Gatin, and I'm DevRel lead at Zero G Labs. So Zero G is the first decentralized AI operating system, which is like an infrastructure to bring AI on chain. I would love to speak more during this panel.
Awesome. So why don't we start with the elephant in the room? Obviously, this market's pretty uncertain. There's a lot going on, lots of doom and gloom. When we're looking at the current geopolitical and current economic uncertainties, where are you guys prioritizing your efforts going into the next couple months when it comes to AI? And what is the silver lining in this that people are missing?
Yeah, so I'd say that if you look at what's happening right now with OpenClaw, Moltbook, I'm sure people have seen the crazy amount of growth over the last couple weeks, right? We're getting millions of agents online very quickly. People are fully recognizing the benefit of AI automation into their workflows. And so while I would say that yes, the token economy has certainly taken a hit, the amount of just interest and excitement in the AI space is massive. But at the same time, AI agents currently don't have good ways to pay each other or just access microservices, right? Some people have tried to do things like, go ahead, use my credit card. That's incredibly insecure, right? Very easy to do a prompt injection to extract keys, any like sensitive information away. So all that to say, the markets, though the vibes might not be as strong or down a bit, I think it's going to be an extremely, extremely big year for AI and payments specifically in the AI space.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a tough market, but ultimately I think it's a good thing for real builders in the sense that a lot of the liquidity has sort of flowed away from, what's the new narrative of the week, where we sort of hop to some new project, every single week or every month, towards projects that are building, real infrastructure that's being used for AI. So, ultimately, I do think it is, a tough market, but it's good for real builders.
Yeah, I think echoing what Jeet and Arthur said, we feel the same way. So, markets come and go, but just like Jeet said, I think we're really at an inflection point. You see that with OpenClaw and, the proliferation of AI agents on chain. But really, there's a lot of concerns about, is it secure? How do I put guardrails around this, especially when agents are moving not just from reasoning and research, but on to execution. And so that's something that we're really focused on and why we've ventured to build an AI agent native infrastructure. So things from, micropayments are huge with agents. So agents are looking to access, for example, data, and they can pay per call or pay per token. So zero fee gas fees or low gas fees are really important. So that's a feature that that we have as part of our blockchain. And also, I think it's really important to separate kind of the different authorities. So there's a human. As a human, I want an agent to transact on behalf of me. But there is what we call a three-tier architecture, which we're very focused on. So one is the human, the second is the agent, and so human delegates authority or delegates wallet payments to the agent, and then there's a third part, which is sessions, which is time bounds or spending limits that the agent has in order to complete a transaction. So, agents and models hallucinate all the time, and I think it's really important to look at on-chain verification, identification, and also resolve disputes based on observing how they behave. So, yeah, that's something that we're really excited about.
Yep, I think most of the points are already covered, but maybe I'll just add on to the adoption part, which even with the market, like we see even including our team, like everyone are involved in vibe coding, whether it's marketing or whether it's BD, like everyone are trying to make their processes much more efficient by building some solutions to, which in turn makes the overall infrastructure requirements better. So by for example, if we do some internal vibe coding and our team is learning on how we can make things much more efficient, so we are able to figure out what things that we can make much more better, whether it may be in our infrastructure or whether it may be things that can make builders' lives easier to build and adapt our network, or it can be even like small things like partner integrations. So these are some day-to-day tasks that this market helps us to like double down and focus and make it ready when the market is better for much more opportunities. But this is a good place to learn and build. And yeah, that's how I see this market as.
There you go, guys. There's hope. So that's great, and I really appreciate the diverse set of answers on what you guys are seeing. That's positive. The next question I have is around centralization versus on-chain. So centralized AI systems offer scale, performance, and distribution. What shifts need to happen technically or economically for AI to come on-chain more efficiently and smoothly?
Yeah, I think a big part of this is verification, right? Currently, a lot of AI is a black box. There's inputs in, things happen. It's non-deterministic. That's just how AI systems work. And then you get an output. I think as time goes on, and especially things happen and they need to be on chain, we'll actually need a lot more verification of instances of things happening. Something at PySquared that we're very focused on, our founder, Grigori Rosu, is one of the world experts in formal verification. So he's built out systems for NASA, DARPA. He actually formally verified Ethereum. So these formal verification methods is actually something we believe that AI needs actually more than anything else, just to make sure that what it's actually doing is what it's claiming it's doing, and to make it a lot more, like in terms of chains of custody of like what's actually happening on chain. We need little triggers and verifications to make sure all those things are happening correctly.
Yeah, I think to sort of see the next step of evolution for crypto and AI in tandem, we're really going to need to see more utilization in the real world, in the sense that I think OpenClaw was sort of the first example of AI operating outside of a very sandboxed environment. So we saw a lot of adversarial situations occur. And I think as that sort of expands into military use cases or robotics, where there can be no mistakes because mistakes mean real people get hurt, or the economic impact is a lot greater. I think people are going to put a lot more emphasis on being able to verify where this data came from, who verified it, and how we can sort of avoid things like adversarial attacks or data poisoning, because that's the point where it is a lot more interesting for, let's say, like a nation state or a bad actor to try to infiltrate or feed a specific model bad data so that they can start to influence decisions, whether it be at the government level, at the corporate level, and beyond.
Yeah, I think there were great points already. And yeah, pretty much I think the same. Centralization always improves efficiency. They have high capability, but it's very scary because you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. And you see these big fights between like OpenAI and Anthropic. And we've talked about it, I think, quite a lot already. But with OpenClaw or Claude, I think even today there was a big, news going out on Twitter that went viral, talking about how the government has put Claude as like a major security risk, and it related to Palantir as well. So having that on-chain verifiability and more open source environment, I think, is incredibly important as we think about how to embrace AI in a safer world. And with all technology, you see, the evolution over time, like from industrial revolution to desktop, mobile. Now we're in the AI era. We always have to think about how we evolve versus the technology we're building, but also how to create it in a safe environment.
Oh yeah. So just to add on to like the verifiability. So with, for example, I'll just give you an example. What was the problem that we solved at 0G? So the big problem with the centralized one is like a complete black box. You aren't aware of the training data, how the data is being procured, like what are the different mechanisms used to train the data, like what is the inferencing cost, what is the inferencing provided, what is the actual cost of inferencing, and what is the cost provided to you, and how the data is being censored. So you aren't aware of any other details on it. For example, you just, very simple example is that you just ask which is the best shoe in the market, and the centralized provider gives you this X brand as the best shoe. So what if that brand paid a hefty amount for the centralized provider to market it out? So there is no proper verifiability or transparency that you can find out. So that is where this plays a big role. And with 0G, we are just trying to build a complete infrastructure for you to bring AI on chain. So that solves from the basic problem that you need to store huge amounts of data. And for that amount, you need a dedicated storage layer. And on top of that, we have verifiable inferencing. And we do have like TEML. So you could just think of it a place which is completely on-chain. You can train your data sets, you can store your models on-chain, and the output that is provided by the models, you will be able to verify it and make sure that it was processed in a trusted environment and it wasn't tampered by any other external force when the user gives the input and receives the output. So this is like a complete cycle or a place which will solve all the issues that you face with like a black box centralized AI agent or like a chatbot provider.
So it seems to me that AI and decentralization is a match made in heaven. So that's wonderful. Why don't we talk about how AI is being used in your core business? So AI could be used for compute, data, applications, and coordination. Where are you guys using AI in your core business, and why are you focused on that area?
One of the more interesting things that we've done in the last couple of weeks is, as an organization, every single member of our team has an OpenClaw instance. So we're doing things like team updates, CRM management, task management. The bots are communicating with each other. We've seen it even in a couple of weeks, like a huge improvement, even in terms of productivity amongst our teams themselves. And like, it's so nice to be able to, I honestly, like everything just set up in Slack. So I just do like almost everything in Slack. I can do almost all my work there. And the ability for it to automate the communication with other agents, coordinate with them. I mean, you know, we think about dog fooding all the time, right? Like, and I was an AI founder 15 years ago or 13 years ago in the medical space for cancer diagnosis as well. But the difference between what was available back then with like the first generations of CNNs versus now, it's just day and night, and just the productivity benefit is finally here. So just beyond actually building out, you know, agentic payments, seeing the power of the technology as we use it is just a reminder that, oh wow, the agents do actually need to pay each other, because that's kind of the missing, probably the biggest missing thing that I'm seeing now.
Yeah, I think being in the data annotation space, we obviously see a lot of customer data, and you know what's surprising to a lot of people is that these enterprises individually have, you know, tens if not hundreds of times more data than ChatGPT 4 was trained on. And so as we sort of get into that scale of data internally, we use AI for a number of things, one being pre-labeling. So obviously we need the human feedback, right? That's what makes this data valuable and useful for AI training. But we're able to use AI to abstract a lot of the steps away. So basically we have AI give the first attempt, and then a real human expert, whether that be a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, go in at the final step and say either this is correct or this is incorrect and here's how we can fix it. And you know, beyond that, as we get to the scale of millions of annotators and you know, a lot more data, we use AI to sort of think about how we can most efficiently route specific tasks to specific experts. So we need to be able to know who's the best at, you know, this piece of legal data compared to a different piece of legal data. And so AI is a huge factor in that.
Being at the blockchain level, we're naturally focused on the coordination of different AI agents, AI applications, and we think that, you know, as the world moves from not just human to agent interactions, but increasingly autonomous agent to agent interactions, it's really important to be able to have that infrastructure in place so that agents can interact at scale, as well as with a lot of the, you know, safeguards that we've mentioned in place.
On the infrastructure basis, as we are also an infrastructure provider, so we see AI mostly on like the amount of models that you will be able to host, and providing a platform where you will be able to host models with much more high parameters. For example, recently our team did a research, and it's called as DialogueOX. With that, we have uploaded 100 billion plus parameter model using Office internet bandwidth. So these are some improvements that we are doing, which will enable dApps or like other infrastructure providers to use, and they will be able to utilize our different LLM providers. And other than that, just on the day-to-day basis, we use it for much more efficient market research and also to make the overall analytics better. So that is how we use it on a day-to-day basis.
That's four different ways these leaders in the space are using AI, so hopefully it encourages you guys to use it as well. This is my favorite question because it's about multi-chain. But as we go into multi-chain environment and AI is being used across chain, how's that going to affect the way you guys approach things and execute? And what are the challenges you see when intelligence goes multi-chain?
Yeah, so one of the core features of what we're building out is called AllSat. What it basically does is it's a liquidity layer that provides liquidity access just in time across all these different chains. So what we do is basically we can verify transactions on all of the chains right now. So we have this currently running on Optimism, Mega ETH, Ethereum, and then so basically we can have someone sign on our network fast, and then it can trigger actions on other chains to move multi-chain. So the benefit here is that you get we have incredibly fast execution speed, sub 100 millisecond finality. So with that, we can easily tap into all these different assets around the entire crypto ecosystem. And the nice thing there specifically is that it can work with any ecosystem. It's not necessarily an EVM thing. We can work with all EVM chains, Solana, anything else out there as well. So we feel as though we're complementing a lot of the technology, right? We can, with the ability to move liquidity around, we can enable a lot of DeFi use cases. And I think that over time, right, we'll see a lot of chains. I've been in the space since 2016. And then obviously a lot of people built out general purpose chains, right, especially on the L1 space. I think as we actually get to that point now, we'll have very specific technical implementations and specifications around basically highly opinionated decisions for specs in the chain that will greatly influence what people are trying to do with it. Basically the app-chain thesis. Where this really does matter though is that even if you have that, you're still gonna need access to liquidity. So we feel as though our solution here is something that allows any chain to quickly provide any other chain liquidity. It's just something that we're just all going to need, and especially for agents doing so many different payments.
Yeah, I think for Pearl, AI going multi-chain is a great thing. Obviously, human intelligence is agnostic to chain. So in that sense, we're able to expand our network pretty greatly. So we're able to access annotators across different fields who live in different chains, as well as start working on different agents and models that are deployed across networks. And so what that means for us is that we just get a more diverse range of feedback that's really, really valuable to a lot of these model builders.
Even though we are a chain, we definitely believe in a multi-chain world. And I think the chain tribalism is really a thing of the past. And as I think some of the other panelists alluded to, AI does not care what chain they're on. They just want to finish their goals. So I think that's why for us it's really important to adhere to some of the key standards out there. So we have natively integrated X402. We are working with the Ethereum Foundation team to deploy ERC 8004 identity registries on chain. And also we're a partner with Google's AP2 as well. So I think we are definitely very open to working with other chains. And I think that is the world we live in now.
Got it. So yeah, as being the last in the panel is always all the topics are covered. But maybe I'll just give a quick word on our stack is completely modular. As I mentioned earlier, so we have different components. So we have the chain, we have the storage, we have the compute, where the verifiable inferencing takes place. We have the data availability layer as well. So all these we made sure that it is modular in stack, so that we aren't forcing them to just stay in our ecosystem. We are EVM compatible. Still, we aren't forcing them to use the complete stack. So they can use things based on their requirements. If they just need the inferencing part, they will be able to use that as a modular stack, or just the storage which is capable of holding large-scale AI models, which is cheaper and as well as having better throughput. So yeah, that's one of the things that we are focusing and making sure that it gives them an opportunity to try multiple chains and also to utilize the part that actually makes sense to the most of their requirements.
Well, it's time to turn up the heat. What's our spicy takes on AI right now?
Yeah, so probably my spiciest take is actually blockchains are not the best way to do agentic payments. So we're built on something called an eventual consistency network. So in 2019, basically a paper came out describing how you can solve the double spend problem without a consensus protocol. And that's what we're built on. So right now, we're at 150,000 TPS, sub 100 millisecond latency. The goal by the end of the year, once we optimize for TPS, is over 1 million. So we feel as though that's the kind of scale that you need to actually do agentic payments well. Excuse me. And yeah, I think we're one of the only people building that. So yeah, that's my hot take.
Yeah, I think our hot take is that we're more or less out of quality training data for AI in like a year or so. And I know there's plenty of data out there, and obviously the data being created is always expanding, especially as everyone's on the internet. But a lot of our team talks to some of the frontier labs and robotics labs every day. And what we're starting to realize is like the age of being able to license random internet data and feed it into your model and just pray that it works out is really starting to slow down. And so, I think one of the more novel use cases right now is around robotics. And a lot of the teams are telling us that all the data that they're trying to go license basically does nothing for their models. And so they have to build completely new pipelines to be able to collect useful data. And so that's something, that hasn't necessarily been established. And, it's not something we're able to do en masse yet. So I do think in the next 12, 18 months, we're going to see a lot more focus on very novel and very specific pieces of data.
My hot take is that AI agents are coming, so be ready. And I think of a few viral posts that I've seen shared quite a lot recently, which just kind of demonstrates the speed of growth in the market. One was a Will Smith video comparing the video that was like made by AI, I think back in 2022 versus this year, and you can see the distortions in his face from like 2022 versus now, and it's just like the video quality is so good, which really shows you how far it's come. There's another one. It's actually Chinese New Year's, and so for anyone who celebrates, happy Chinese New Year's. But there is a Unitree robotic performance that's also went viral on Twitter, and compares just last year versus now. And you can see the movement in the robots really being very, very impressive, and they're performing like a martial arts segment in the Lunar Festival Gala, which is the biggest show for the kind of Asian world. And then the third one is Seed Dance, if you guys have seen it. Just some of the video qualities that can come out and be made very quickly is incredible. So be ready.
Okay, so my take is that your social media is going to be irrelevant in few days. All the pictures that you take, all the natural videos that you want to share with the socials, like all the content that you want to drop down and iterate and share it with the social media, it's all going to be relevant after a certain point. I am really unsure how things are going to be after that, whether there will be a lot of verifiability coming into it, or people just, there is no difference between artificial content and natural content. So yeah, that's something which I'm really curious to see how it turns out to be. And one other take is that the complete supply chain or large scale government or big processing plants is completely autonomous and things might go rogue. So there must be a lot of control that needs to be given towards the humans. And yeah, these are two things that are my takes on this future of this.
Wonderful hot takes. Exciting times we're going into with the rapid innovation of AI. I know the audience is dying to know what you guys are working on. So what's an update, integration, or something that you're working on the couple months coming that you guys are really excited to talk about?
Yeah, we'll have our mainnet coming up here soon in Q2. So yet again, everything I'm talking about, right? The speed, the finality, being able to get that on chain. We believe we have the fastest X402 implementation in the world. So yeah, we're really excited just to get that out in the hands, if you will, of agents more than anything else, just because we want to really show off the speed and power of the technology that we built.
Yeah, I think on the Pearl side, obviously our human contributor network is growing really, really rapidly, and we're always releasing new tasks. So make sure just to keep updated and keep contributing towards training AI.
We're also launching our mainnet in about a month, but it's not just a mainnet launch. I think we think of it as a mainnet slash launch partners and ecosystem growth. So we'll be launching with about 30 launch partners and natively growing our agentic ecosystem. So from agent launch pads to trading agents, and really focusing on agent payments as a first-class citizen. And then here in ETHDenver, we are starting our first series of basically a hackathon. So for any developers in the audience, we're one of the official partners and offering bounties, and our focus use cases will be agentic commerce and trading agents, and we'll be also hosting our online hackathon soon after ETHDenver. So more to come.
First of all, congratulations for you both for the mainnet launch. This gives me nostalgia of last September, how intense it was. It was a period that you never forget, at least for the next few years, for the mainnet launch, so it was very intense. So yeah, so what Zero G is focusing on for the next couple of months at least is to double down on the vibe coding narrative. So we are making our documentations, our infrastructure as agent friendly as possible. For example, we just launched Cloud Skills, we just launched the Zero G Code to Coin, which is like a platform where you can directly interact with, it's an MCP for you to easily interact with the Zero G network. So we are doing like a few other initiatives and a lot of zero coding events. So vibe coding with Zero G becomes zero coding. So that is how we are trying to take this narrative forward and making it as friendly for the builders to vibe code and ship a lot of stuff on Zero G, as well as learn vibe coding through Zero G. So that is how we are focusing the next couple of months.
Awesome. I want to thank the guests over here. You guys are building some awesome stuff. For the audience, please follow these guys, and you know, good luck on the main nets for you two, and for the other guys, like, you know, keep crushing it. The builders keep shipping.
Thank you so much.
talking, talking. Your sex is on fire. The talk of the alley, the breaking of day. Ahead while I'm driving, driving. Soft lips are open, the knuckles are pale. It feels like you're dying, you're dying. And you your sex is on fire. With what's to transpire. Hot as a fever, rattle of bones. I could just taste it, taste it. But it's no forever. Oh, it's just tonight. Oh, it's still the greatest, the greatest. Your sex is on fire. Your sex is on fire. With what's to transpire. Your sex is on fire. to run away. I've got to get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. To love we share seems to go nowhere, and I lost my life. For I tossed and turned, I can't sleep at night. Sometimes I feel I've got to run away. I've got to get away, 'cause you don't really want any more for me. To make things right, you need someone to hold you tight, and you think love is to pray, but I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Back to when you can. Back to hide me. Back to when you can. Back to hide me. Sometimes I feel I got to run away. I've got to get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. To love we share seems to go nowhere, and I lost my life. For I tossed and turned, I can't sleep at night. Tainted love, tainted love, tainted love, tainted love, tainted love. Touch my baby, tainted love. Touch my baby, tainted love. Back to when you can. Back to
It's just a matter of time.
Dance with me, make me sway. Like the lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with ease. When we dance you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway I grow weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway I grow weak. ¿Quién será el que me quiere a mí? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será el que me dé su amor? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será? I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. ¿Quién será el que me quiere a mí? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será el que me dé su amor? ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for some
change? When nothing walks your way, when nothing walks your way. I tell you one thing, it's more than I can take, it's more than I can take. How do you stumble in a cinematic way, a cinematic way? Why do you change when nothing walks your way, when nothing walks your way? With the weight of eyes and the faded time, it's a burden if you let it. Let it change your mind, let it break your spine. There's an order if you get it. Get it hopefully, you're coming home to me. Not a word but still you said it. I know what to change, and I swear I won't forget it. How do you stumble in a cinematic way, a cinematic way? Why do you change when nothing walks your way, when nothing walks your way?
song.